not most importantly, but very, very importantly, I would like to thank all of our chapter presidents. Now, if you're a chapter president, can you please stand? Please. It's great that you give your chapter leaders that kind of reception, because we can put on these conventions, but it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have these amazing leaders bringing all of you here. And two of our chapter presidents, Nima Karori and Samantha Garfield, are chapter affairs directors, and they've been working tirelessly to make sure that people come. So yes, thank you so much. Also, I'd like to thank our fabulous program director, Tracy Thomas. Convention staff that have so generously dedicated their time to making sure that this convention is absolutely incredible. And lastly, I would like to thank all of you. I do have some exciting news. This conference right here, we have 817 students here, which is definitely a record, and we have around 1168, I believe, for the entire fall states this season, which is definitely a record. So give yourselves a round of applause. All right, now, I do understand that the Marriott, unfortunately, we don't have the best cell phone or internet reception. If you have T-Mobile or AT&T, you still will get service. So we do have a JSA smartphone application, which the agenda will be loaded onto, and I strongly encourage you guys to download it. And even if you can't access it down here during the hotel rooms, you can access it during lunch, during breaks and such. Also, one of the things we really strive to do in the Southern California Junior State is make sure that if you want to be involved in JSA, that there are those opportunities and those paths for you to be involved. And namely, one of them is our state newspaper, the Pro Voice. So if you're interested in possibly writing for our state newspaper, this is an incredible opportunity, so I strongly encourage you all to check it out. All right, with that, I am now going to introduce our convention coordinator, Jessica Shin, for a few more announcements. Thank you so much.
Hey you guys, how are you all doing tonight? I hope you're going to enjoy these 2 days. We worked really hard on it. We've worked for the past several months, looking at the agenda, picking it through the fine-tooth comb. Anyways, let's start with reminders. All chapter presidents must attend their regional caucus. All chapters themselves must attend the regional caucus. We will not start unless every single chapter has checked in. And if you're that one chapter that's delaying it for everyone else, I don't want to be you. In addition, the Council of Chapter Presidents meeting is mandatory for all chapter presidents. I can't stress this enough. Nima and Samantha have a great program going on, and you guys need to show up and represent your chapter. Okay, and also, we have a new little thing for the talent show. We're going to be giving away a prize, and the person who's going to be winning the talent show will be selected by our lovely Joanna Joss, our LTG grant creator, and our program director, Tracy Thomas. Whoever wins will also be showing and talking with your friends, come out to the movie showing room and just chill and watch Inception. In addition, we have a political fair at lunch and at Block 1, located in the Marquee Foyer, so look out for that. We have great political organizations that are coming, and if you want to learn more about how to get involved, that's great. Activities. So we have mock trial that's going to be taking up after our moderating workshop, and that's going to be in this room again. And you'll see participants from fellow JSA of Texas. In addition, we will also be having a Model UN simulation, and the topic will be gender rights in the Middle East. So if you guys are interested, and if you guys have heard about Model UN and you don't really know the formalities or the logistics of it, be sure to come out. In addition, we'll be having a crisis simulation and a drafting a new nation simulation, which is basically along the lines as, you are the world's leaders, what are you going to do when a crisis hits, or when your entire population is wiped out and you have to start from scratch. Okay? And we also have a leadership workshop led by Ms. Juliana Joss. And the leadership workshop is going to be talking about what type of leader you are. There's different types of leaders out there, and we want to figure out which category you fit into. In addition, we have live stream. And could everyone turn around and look at Paul, who's our director of live stream? So if you guys have any qualms or you do not want to be filmed, be sure to go talk to Paul before the start of the activity so you guys can work things out. Okay? And now we have another special activity called Grant Crater versus Juliana Joss. This is an amazing and special activity / fundraiser. Basically what's going to be going is that at Regional Caucus, the cabinet members are going to be holding boxes. One is designated for Juliana Joss and one is for Grant. And whoever collects the most amount of money, for like Juliana or Grant, will have to do a dare. And Juliana will have to sing a rap at closing session, and Grant will have to sing Taylor Swift. So this is a great way for you guys to raise money for JSA because all the funds will be given to convention scholarships, so fellow JSAers can come to these conventions. And it's also going to be a lot of fun seeing our two favorite people do a dare. Okay, now this is our little time when we go to our agenda. Luckily there are no errors in the full agenda, but if you turn to the grid, everyone take out a pen and flip to the back of your agenda. So block 1, Salon 1, the speech as Afghanistan was changed into the annexation of Puerto Rico. If you guys are not following, the PowerPoint is right here, so you guys can follow along if that's any help for you. And then block 3, Salon 1, there's an empty box. Please add democracy abroad. And then block 4, Salon 5 and 6, change the Eurozone debt crisis thought talk to the Chick-fil-A thought talk. In block 7, in the room Atlanta, Boston, change the Guess Who activity to Rise Chapter President. Be sure to come to that activity because he'll teach you. Okay? Is everyone clear on that? Okay, our last thing, cell phones. So cell phones have always been a big problem for JSA conventions. I mean, you lose your attentiveness and your respect when you're on your cell phone texting or through the web on Facebook. So we are having a new plan going on with whoever is using their cell phone for non-JSA activities will have their phone taken away and put into this box. And the box will be at the reg desk. And you can only retrieve your cell phones if you come with your teacher advisor. Okay? So it's going to be really embarrassing if you lose your cell phone and you as you beg to have your phone back. Okay, so be sure not to use your cell phone for any non-JSA related purposes. Okay? So that is all on the convention side. I hope you guys have a good 2 days. And without further ado, here's Nicole Michelson, our speaker. Please something.
Hello everyone, my name is Nicole Michelson, your Southern California Speaker of Assembly. Now Speaker, it is my job and goal to provide all the means necessary for all JSA students to take part in their communities, local governments, and national governments. That being said, the Ethics Department has worked tirelessly to undertake initiatives, the first being continuing the legacy of the Assembly.
High School, Timothy Kang at North Hollywood High School, Nika Shahiri at Milken Community High School, Eunice, really bad with names, Eunice Lee at Brentwood High School, Nicole No at Troy High School, Forbes Bainu at San Marcos High School, Juliana Joss at Wrestler High School, Tuba Ali at Granada Hills High School, Sabrina Lieberman at Roman C. Cortines High School, and Annalise and Sierra at Palm Desert High School. So that's a good job. And it's not only the work of the cabinet So I'd like to recognize them also today. So some first-time chapters are the California Academy of Math and Science, College Reading No. 5, Compton High School, Crescenta Valley High School, Presby Carmelite High School, Granada Hills Charter, Gilpin High School, Montebello High School, San Marcos High School, and University Prep. And so for you well-established chapters out there, if you see these chapters around, make sure to give a helping hand. Make sure that they come back to Winter Conference. Thank you for your time.
All right, now we are going to call up our program director, Tracy Thomas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Thomas, and for those of you who don't know me, I am your program director, and I oversee and support all of these awesome leaders to my left and right, as well as all the chapter presidents here in the room. Let's give these people to my right and left a big round of applause. And for all the chapter presidents who stood up earlier, I support all of them to make sure that they have all the tools necessary for having exciting, engaging, and interesting chapter activities. But ultimately, we're here to support everyone here in this room to become better statesmen. And what is a statesman, you ask? We ask this to a lot of our speakers. We ask this a lot to our internal staff. We ask this a lot to a lot of our student leaders all across the country. And one of the things that we really believe is important to be a statesman is problems, but with an important caveat, which is respecting other opinions while you're going along the way. And whether or not you necessarily agree with those opinions, it doesn't make those opinions less real for the person who has them, and so it doesn't make the person less important who has those opinions. And as we all know, there's no shortage of opinions about the presidential race we just witnessed. How many of you were happy about the outcome? And how many of you wish there was a different outcome? Did anybody canvass the neighborhoods, or did anybody work on a political campaign? Congratulations to you guys. Well, that's very important. As you well know, those of you who worked on a campaign, that if you want something to be different than the way it is, you can't sit around like most of America and just complain about it being better or talk about it being better. You have to lead by making it different. If you don't finish a marathon by sitting around talking about starting to train, here's what you're actually doing. And in this room, we understand that our government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. And we want JSA members, like our logo says, we want JSAers to be the people who recognize that something is wrong in their communities, be the people who see an alternative, and be the people who organize action to fuel the change. Gandhi says, be the change you want to see in the world. So how many of you took part in a mock election at your school last month? Awesome. That is a great first place to start, to be an active citizen. What else can you do to take action? How else can you engage in the already running machine that fuels change? And what does that look like exactly? Pick a debate topic and write to your elected officials what you think should be done. Look at the agenda right now and pick a debate topic and think of something that you wish was actually going to be on the radar of an elected official and write to them. Pick a thought talk and write a letter to the editor of your local paper. Post on a political blog. Volunteer for a public official. Make a public comment at a school board meeting. How many of you have attended a school board meeting before? Woo! That is being an incredibly active citizen. You have a voice, and you are a member of the school citizenry, and you get to go and speak at school board meetings. This is a really important thing that you have a voice there, and make sure that you exercise that. Shake hands with elected representatives. Give a subsequent speech this weekend, and have a friend take a photo of you and post it on Facebook. Meet your principal and tell about the impact the JSA is having at your school. And get your classmates to come to the next JSA meeting and have them talk about their opinion. Now is the time to be the people to make democracy work. And we want every chapter to engage with their communities. And we want you to tell us about it. At Spring State every year, TAs pick the chapter of the year. And this goes on at spring states all across the country. The winner of the chapter of the year gets a free scholarship to go to any one of the JSA summer institutes. You get a 50% scholarship to attend any one of our JSA summer schools, and your teacher gets a free private room for the entire duration of the following school year. It's based on how active your chapter has been in JSA on one hand, as well as how much your JSA chapter has sponsored activities within your community. So we want you to build up your chapter internally as part one, and then part two is take that outside of your school and go engage, just like all those things that I just told you about, all those ways that you can engage in your community. And last year, we had a tie. And I'd like to show you an edited 2-minute clip of what it took to be a chapter of the year last year. Is it? Okay. This is our chapter from Corona Del Mar. Who is here? Corona Del Mar has come 125 large, I believe. They are the largest chapter here that we have. And so let's give them, first of all, how many? Was it 125, right? I'm sorry, 126. So let's give Corona Del Mar, first of all, a round of applause. And while you're watching this, I'd like everyone to keep in mind that you can do this too. There's not a single chapter here that can't start right now doing the things that they did. So you can be in the running for chapter of the year. Start now, brainstorm now, work with your teacher advisor, work with your chapter members. Think of things that you can do so that way you can start building up all of the events, and make sure you take pictures and video so we can have it in your video at the end of for Spring State. Now again, this is the edited version. We need you to turn in a good 8-minute version for Spring State. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Nima Karoran, and I'm the chapter president of JSA. The CDM chapter of JSA was created by and for the students. We are a nonpartisan group that is dedicated to supporting student involvement in politics, to improving our public speaking skills, for promoting civic education, and for providing campus leadership. Throughout the year, we have demonstrated that democracy is not a spectator sport. Our chapter truly does have a voice. Now let me give you some numbers and you can do the thinking. By the summer of 2011, CDM-JSA had a mere 18 tax-paid members. By our second meeting in late September, we had recruited a total of 68 tax-paid members, 49 of which would go on to attend All State, and 8 of which would win Best Speaker gavel. Our presence was finally heard, and our year would soon be followed by a plethora of campus and community involvement.
Our chapter is very involved within our community. Throughout the year, CDM-JSA has hosted numerous community service events, such as teaming up with restaurants and the UNICEF TAP project to raise money and awareness for the need of clean drinking water in underdeveloped areas. Our chapter members proved to be diverse and involved. 17 of our members traveled with the Youth in Government program to Sacramento to serve as a mock legislature, while 3 served as committee chairs. Most importantly, we currently attend City Council meetings and have 5 members that serve as student councilmen on the City of Newport Beach Youth Council. This connection has allowed us to organize events with the Surf Rider Foundation that is helping us to lobby in an effort to pass and write bills banning the use of plastic bags in Newport Beach. Our chapter holds members that have seats in the California Youth Advocacy Network and the World Affairs Council of America. In addition, our chapter will continue to be active even after Spring State. We have recently confirmed a planned visit to the Chilean consulate in Los Angeles and are in the process of planning a 2013 visit to Washington, D.C. to attend the 45th presidential inauguration.
Thank you for listening to our presentation about Corona Del Mar JSA. And remember, democracy is not a spectator sport.
Now, our other chapter of the year is John Burroughs High School. Let's first of all give John Burroughs a round of applause. But there's something a little unique about John Burroughs High School, is that nationally, all of the chapters of the year from all of the 9 JSA states, all the winners go on to another round of judging, and that's for the National Civic Impact Awards. And this is the award given to the chapter had not only the most impact growing their chapter internally, but this really focuses on part 2 of the chapter of the year, which is engaging with your community. And there's only one winner throughout the entire junior state. And that winner was from Southern California, John Burroughs. Let's give them a standing ovation. Now we're going to show you what a National Civic Impact winner nationally looks like.
Principal, ultimately, the graduation location was changed back to the field. Thanks in part to the success, our membership rose to over 115 tax-paid members, shattering our previous number of only 35. John Burroughs High School was also heavily involved in the community, attending school board meetings, city council meetings, and Burbank Historical Commission meetings. As a group, Burroughs JSA gave back by raising over $700 for Camp Ronald McDonald, benefiting children diagnosed with cancer. We also hosted a book drive, donating almost 200 books to our school and local libraries. Throughout the year, John Burroughs also hosted a wide variety of guest speakers, at least one from every level of government. These speakers included LA County Supervisor Mike Antonovich, Burbank City Councilman Gary Brick, the Mayor of Beverly Hills, Barry Brucker, State Senator Carol Liu, and Congressman Adam Schiff. Through fundraisers like our dodgeball tournament, and money brought in from selling JSA lanyards and shirts, Burroughs was able to bring more people to all 3 state conventions than ever before. On top of attending state conventions, John Burroughs JSA hosted 2 mini-cons. And at Spring State, 3 of our members ran for state or regional office. John Burroughs is proud of what it accomplished last year, and we hope to continue a positive impact on the world around us for years to come.
All the perks and surprises that we had for the Chapter of the Year Award, the National Civic Impact winners not only received that, but they also received 2 very important things. Their teacher advisor gets a $500 check to continue supporting their efforts. So Mr. Canacto, please come up here. Gets a $2,000 check to continue their award. So can we please get the Burroughs leaders to come up here? Congratulations, Burroughs. So the quality of leadership and civic engagement that these schools have, it's not surprising that all of them have alumni in their chapters that went to JSA Summer School. And so they learn the leadership and they learn how to take their chapter and turn it from just small meetings on campus to having a large presence on campus and intervening in the outside world. And so at JSA Summer School, first of all, can we have all the JSA Summer Programs alumni please stand? If you went to any JSA Summer School, good job. Let's see, we should have about 20 in the room here. At summer school, you get to live on campus for 3 weeks at either Stanford, Georgetown, or Princeton. And this year, we are introducing a push at another Ivy League university, the University of Virginia. You get taught by a college professor, you get high school credits, you get to take the AP exam, we're certified by the college board, you'll make friends that last way beyond the end of summer school, and you get to leverage this whole experience by putting yourself at the top of the path when it comes to college applications. And active JSA members who attend a convention meaning every single person in this room, you will be eligible to be a JSA scholar. And so what I'd like to do right now is call up all of the 2012 JSA scholars who are in this room, and Juliana will give you a pin of a JSA scholar pin, and we'd like everyone to hold applause to the end so we can recognize all the scholars at once. First, from attending we also have an international program, forgot to mention this. This is our JSA Diplomat Program, and this takes place in Beijing, China. And this is not only open to current freshmen, sophomores, and juniors like our other program, but even if you're a senior right now, you are eligible to go to our China program. And so we allow students that have already graduated that want to keep your JSA experience alive in China. So we're going to recognize everyone who attended the program last year. First of all, at the China program from Palisades Charter, we have Aiden Paracombe. Going to Georgetown University, from one of our new schools, Crespi Carmelite, we have Thomas Yeager. From Harvard Westlake, we have Jonathan Lowenberg. From Bourbon Day, we have Jared Rayburn. From the Brentwood School, we have Aaron Marks. And from Santa Barbara, we have Lane Fisher. These are all the students who attended Georgetown. And I will actually be the campus director of Georgetown next summer, so I hope to see all of you there with me. And now at Princeton, from Camarillo High School, we have Kevin Yang. From Dos Pueblos High School, we have Ethan Breyer. And now for Stanford, we have Lule DeShields. From Animo Leadership, we have Melissa Catalan. From Animo Leadership, we have Eric Castillo. From Bell Gardens, we have Christina Teo. From CDM, we have Matt Hollander. From Harmony Magnet, we have Victoria Yasin now. From Palisades Charter, we have Tuba Ali. From Santa Barbara, Wesley Powell. From St. Mary's Academy, Alexandria Chima, one of our new schools. From Camarillo, we have Alexis Callan. From Santa Barbara High School, we have both Lisa Santry and Lane Fisher. Let's give a massive round of applause to these leaders for doing their part to make your JSA experience better. And everybody here is eligible to be a scholar. And this is the part where I want you all to listen, because we have a pretty amazing promotion going on right now. Not only will everyone here in this room receive a $750 automatic scholarship for being a scholar. If someone were to walk in from off the street, they wouldn't get this. But because you are an active JSA member on your high school campus and you're here sitting in this room right now at a convention, you get an automatic $750. But we want you to apply early so we can help you in the fundraising process. I am one of the top program directors that help students fundraise. I've helped students fundraise over $100,000. And so I have some very special tried and true tricks that's way beyond asking mom and dad's friends for money. So we want you to apply early so I can help you. But we have an incentive. Not only do you get the $750 scholarship, you get an automatic additional $250, bringing your base level minimum scholarship of $1,000 before you've even started fundraising or applying for any other scholarships. So please learn anything more about this. I'm going to be having summer school interviews. You can sign up at the Reg Desk. There's only 3 parts of the application you need. You fill in the online application. You send me your transcripts. You can simply email me a screenshot of your online transcripts, and that will suffice. And then you can either have a teacher recommendation or have an interview with any one of our JSA staff members, myself or Mike Perry, this weekend. So if you want to go to summer school, there's no obligation. Come, figure out how to get accepted. Let's get you in there. We can start the fundraising process, and there's no obligation. If you decide a week or 2 weeks beforehand you don't want to go, you get everything back minus $50 processing fee. So on your seats, you have a yellow piece of paper, and that has all of the information about our various summer school programs. Tomorrow morning, during, I believe, the second block of the morning, we have a summer school information session. I'm going to walk you through the process. We're going to have alumni telling you there about the experience. This is so important that you get your application in by December 15th, because that is the drop-dead point when you get that automatic $1,000, and there are no obligations. So please see me, sign up there, come to the summer school information section tomorrow morning. And so last but not least, it's time to go over one of the other very important parts of the convention. It's a little bit more somber, but it's very, very, very important. And I'm going to teach you chapter 1 of my favorite book. And that book is How to Not Get Sent Home. And so I'm a pretty easy person to please, and I rarely get upset, but there are situations when I do, and some of you who have seen it will know you don't want to be on the receiving end. So please follow these basic instructions, and you won't get sent home, and I'll see just as full and gorgeous set of faces tomorrow afternoon during closing session. So here's chapter 1, How to Not Get Sent Home. Always wear your name tag. Juliana will model your name tag. You must be wearing it at all times, day and evening events. That is your time. Will report to me or ask you to go put it on. It's very, very important. If you get caught without your name tag more than once, we will send you home. This is now a send homeable offense. Number 2, there's no boys and girls rooms. There's no girls and boys rooms. Did I say that right? No boys and girls rooms. No girls and boys rooms. And so if you get caught in the room of an opposite sex, everyone will get sent home, no questions asked. If you have a sweatshirt that one of your friends held for you, you need to come, knock on the door, have them do it, or have one of our JSA staff members do it, but you are not allowed to go in any room of the opposite sex. This is very important. A big one, if it's illegal outside of JSA, it's illegal inside of JSA. No drugs, no alcohol, no cigarette smoking. We are not... we have a zero tolerance policy for all of this, so it's very, very important. We will be having serious interrogations and sending everybody home in the room if we find out that there is anything in your room. So if you know of anything or have something in one of your roommates' bags, now is the time to come forward, because otherwise everyone will get sent home, especially those of you who know about it and said nothing. Being loud or disrespectful to other hotel guests and NTAs who have asked you to be quiet, that is not acceptable. And also, if you're being disrespectful in committees, for example, if you're on your phones, we now have our wonderful RAs. You will notice we have Avery Jeffy, we have Eric Chen, and we have Addison Yang walking forward. Come on forward, Addison, with the Maxwell Baldy Memorial Cell Phone Confiscation. Now, they will be walking through the debate rooms with these boxes. If they see you on your phone, you will have your phone confiscated. If we see you, we know that only AT&T has cell phone service down here, and so if we see you on anything other than, we'll confiscate your phone, we will put a post-it on it, and you can find it in that box tomorrow morning. We will allow you to come see us, to call your parents and let them know why you're not. For these 3 gentlemen, your phones and with the bow ties on the boxes to commemorate Maxwell Baldy. Another thing, if you drive yourself, you must give your keys to your teacher advisor. That is very, very, very not allowed. No student drivers whatsoever. Teachers, if you know that you have any student drivers, please confiscate their keys and let them know that that's walking through the hallways or committee jumping. We're going to ask you to get back in committee. You're going to get a first offense, and if we find out that there is a habitual problem of a student and or a school in general to be out of committee, we will be banning you from the next convention. You're not allowed to leave the property after 7:15 p.m. As soon as you get back from caucus, this is very important, you are not allowed to leave the property. You have to check in with your teacher advisor. Everyone's going to be meeting in caucus, and that's when there's a basic roll call, when you're going to be meeting with your regional mayor, and you are not allowed to leave after that. And our last rule is that after 10 p.m., you're not allowed to come back down if you go up to your room. So if you think that you might want to get some money or a jacket or put your sweatshirt away, you must do that before 10 p.m. because, as you know, we're 10 feet away from LAX, so we have a ton of pilots in here. And so we want to make sure that everyone is being respectful to the pilots and respectful to the other hotel guests. So, that being said, after 10 o'clock, if you go up, you can't come back down. 2 other quick things that were misspoken in the opening. There is free Wi-Fi in the lobby. If you want to check for the debate handbook that Timothy King was talking about, you not only can research room, there is free Wi-Fi in the lobby, so everyone that would like to check on their phones and look up anything, you can do that there, or in the Houston room, but we actually prefer you to go into the lobby. And moderators, if anybody here is moderating throughout the weekend, everybody has in your room a moderating packet with all of the best speaker ballots. Please have a look and give a brief survey of the room and see and make sure that you have enough best speaker ballots as you have people in the room. If not, send a runner at the beginning to the boardroom to go get more ballots. We do have more. And that concludes all of my announcements. So please have a wonderful convention. Oh, wait a minute. I have one more thing. This is actually really cool. Because this is the largest Southern California, and because I got the new iPhone 4 and I have the panorama photo mode, I want to get a photo of the entire room so I can see if I can get everyone on it. So can everyone? But no, look serious, because if this turns out well, everyone can be smiling and sitting upright. But if this goes well, this is going to be on some serious JSA brochureage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to see all of you here today at Fall State. Who's excited? I have the honor and pleasure of introducing our two guest speakers. There are two. They're going to come up here and speak together. The first one I'd like to introduce is Dr. Lynn Vavrick. She's a faculty member in the Department of Political Science at the University of California, Los Angeles. UCLA, Dr. Vavrick has worked at the White House, Dartmouth College, and Princeton University. Her research focuses on the effects of particularly in the role of stable structural conditions like the nation's economy and partnership play in light of campaign activities like candidate advertising, stamp speeches, and candidate visits. Dr. Vavrick's research has been published in numerous journals, including the American Journal of Political Science and the British Journal of Political Science. Along with her, I would like to introduce Sasha Eisenberg, who is an American journalist. His articles have been published in numerous magazines, including the Washington Monthly and the Boston Globe. So join me in welcoming our two guest speakers, Dr. Vavrick and Sasha Eisenberg.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having us. So I think Lynn and I are going to speak a little bit about what we do and how we ended up doing it, and then take some questions. So I'm a journalist, an American one, as you heard. I attended JSA while I was in high school in New York. 32 now. It was sometime in the mid-90s. I was trying to remember the year, but I've always been, more or less always been interested in politics and government, and starting at the age of 12, I volunteered on campaigns, knocking on doors and making phone calls, and sort of at some point stumbled into journalism, working on a magazine in my high school, and then later interning at George Magazine, which is a political magazine. And I've worked since then as a writer and editor of magazines, a reporter at a newspaper covering politics, and I've written 2 books now. In many respects, I sort of became interested in journalism because it was a lens to sort of understand how things worked. and I'm sort of a naturally curious person. And at some point, I realized that, while I had an interest in sort of, doing politics and being around campaigns as part of them, there was also this kind of great opportunity to stand outside them and try to understand how they worked. And so I've covered politics in many different ways. I was a writer at Philadelphia Magazine, where I wrote a lot about city and state politics, and later went to work with the Boston Globe, where I was covering the 2008 campaign day in, day out, and traveling with candidates, especially John McCain, but also with Obama and Hillary and John Edwards at various points. Flying on their planes and traveling on their buses, but then also going out to write stories about what voters thought and about how the campaigns worked and about sort of how different issues resonated in different places around the country. After 2008, I became really interested in the real mechanics of how campaigns work. And so the question of how many of you were involved in campaigns, it's that type of stuff, the sort of knocking on doors and making phone calls and sending mail, which is something that a lot of journalists don't pay much attention to, because I think there's an idea that the real action in the campaign is wherever the candidate is, and around big events like conventions and debates and speeches and rallies and TV ads. There's a whole lot of other activity where people sort of lump together called the ground game, where I came to realize campaigns have become a lot smarter. They gather a lot more data about every voter in America, and we're able to sort of sort through the electorate, what people call micro-targeting, understanding the ways in which each person might be a little different in how likely they are to vote, or who they're likely to support, or what they're likely to care about. And so that practice of knowing which doors you knock on and where you send mail has become a lot more refined. And I've been covering politics for a decade, and I sort of at some point came to realize I had spent too much time sort of paying attention to the candidate and not. I wrote a book on that subject last year, the Delegates magazine story. It's called The Victory Lab. It came out 2 months ago, and it's my effort to try to tell the story of how sort of this new science has come into campaigns. Some of it from people in politics trying to understand how companies understand their customers and target them, but also bringing in insights from academia, from the social sciences, and particularly the use of experiments, which ties into what Lynn does in studies. And so I wrote this book, and I was basically done with the book last fall. And at that point, I signed on with Slate, the website, to cover this campaign in the same way, focusing almost entirely on the sort of mechanics of this campaign, trying to understand what are now dozens, if not hundreds, of people, all very affectionately called geeks, inside the campaigns were doing, trying to sort through information about voters and understand how they can sort of best engage in a meaningful way with the people that they need to reach. And so the stuff I was interested in this year was trying to understand that, how campaigns have gotten smarter, and a lot of things that were taking place away from the sort of the big action of the day.
My story is a little bit different, but I am still interested in all of the same questions that Sasha is interested in. And although I wasn't a JSA person in high school, I was involved in another high school service organization called Key Club. And I sort of want to suggest to you guys, I'm going to tell you a little bit of biography by way of making two important points, I think, about what you're doing here and what you're doing in JSA. And the two important, I'm not going to vary the lead, the two important points are always be open to opportunities and recognize that you never know when the next great opportunity is going to be put in front of you. So be open to opportunities. And the second is to be a problem solver. Okay? Be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. And so those two things sort of really explain how I end up with the great job I have, being a faculty member at UCLA. Basically, my job every day is, my dad used to say this to me all the time. He used to say, what do they pay you to do? You know, and he's like, it seems like they pay you to sit around and think about things you're interested in.
And that is literally my job. And it's a great job. And I also teach a lot of people like you. But I get to do exactly what I'm interested in almost every day. And I'd say probably, Sasha, you do too. And so how do you end up with a career that is that interesting and that fulfilling and that you like that much? And for me, the story starts in high school, and it starts in this organization called Key Club. And I got a college scholarship, a leadership scholarship through this organization to Arizona State University. And while all of my friends who had been in classes with me were going to small private liberal arts schools and, with a nice pedigree, I sort of said, well, I have this nice college scholarship to this state school very far away that I've never really heard of and never known anyone who went there, but it's for this really great leadership program that I think is good. And so I took the chance. I just took this big gamble and I went there. And that was an opportunity that I thought there was something there. I used my intuition. I said that could pay off. So I was in a class that, just something I was able to get into on political campaigning and political advertising. And I liked the professor, and I took every class that he taught, and I watched a lot of campaign ads in his class. And that's what hooked me on being interested in campaign messaging and campaign advertising. And so again, kind of a random thing that happened to me, but I then took some of his graduate courses. There was an opportunity there to do that, and I thought that could be good. But like maybe a lot of you, I was interested in civic affairs, I was interested in giving back to my community, and I thought the way to do that through public service was to start by going to law school. So I went to law school for one day, and I realized that it really wasn't the thing I wanted to do. I actually had no interest in being a lawyer at all, but it was a path that was in front of me that a lot of people like me were taking, and so I thought I should take it too. And so I just, want to say to you to resist that. Think about what you're interested in and recognize the opportunities that might be in front of you that are unique, and try to take those. So I left after literally the first week, and I decided that what I really liked was this campaigning, studying campaigns and advertising. And so instead of going to law school, I went to graduate school in political science, where I learned to do research on politics, and I learned to do data analysis, and I've done a lot of research on campaign advertising and messaging. One of the things I did in the beginning of my graduate school experience was a little project on Dan Quayle. That tells you how old I am. So I did this research project on Dan Quayle's media coverage, what people like Sasha were writing about him, relative to his opponent in the 1988 campaign, who was Lloyd Messon. And, lo and behold, one day, the vice president's office, Dan Quayle's vice president then, came to Arizona State, and they were going to dedicate the Goldwater Science Center. And someone on his staff got sick, and they cleared who we could borrow for a day. And the secretary in the department, the administrative assistant, I guess I should say, she just happened to know from listening to people talk that me, as a graduate student, I had written this research project on Dan Quayle. And she tells this person from the vice president's office, oh, we have this student who's a fan of Dan Quayle's. Like, she'll do it. Okay, this woman didn't really know anything about me. And, I said hi to her for like 4 years, but that was it. And so just through that strange little coincidental moment, I ended up going for the day and working with people who were in Arizona representing the vice president. And in one critical moment, they needed something, they didn't really know how to solve the problem. And I said, don't worry about it, I'll figure this out for you. And I had no idea how I was going to do it. And I'll just give you a little tiny teaser. It involves getting someone's clothes dry cleaned so they can fly on Air Force Two with the vice president. Okay, so it's not complicated, it's not policy oriented, it's completely gendered, ask the girl how to get someone's clothes, right? But I said, I'll do it, I'll figure it out. And that opportunity, sort of solving that problem for them, 6 hours later, they offered me a job in the White House. Okay, so things like that can happen to you if you put yourself in like places where you don't necessarily see what's going to come of it, but where you think there's a chance something could come of it. Okay, and when I told them I'd solve the problem with this guy's dry cleaning, I thought, well, I'm either going to fail horribly and, no great loss, because he doesn't have clean clothes now anyway, or, I could solve this problem and something great might come of it. So that's my story. I worked in the White House for a little while, and I got some firsthand appreciation for how presidential campaigns are run. And then I went back to graduate school. I got a PhD in political science, and I've had some great jobs, and now I'm at UCLA. So Sasha and I spent a lot of time together out on the campaign trail this year. He was out there much more than I was, but we were at the Iowa caucuses. We were in New Hampshire for the New Hampshire primary, and we are happy to answer your questions about the 2012 election, the campaigns, about the ground game. Sasha knows more about the ground game and what the campaigns are doing to get to citizens on a one-on-one level than anybody in the country right now, or just about our own experiences. So thank you for having us.
If you have any questions, go ahead and line up at one of the microphones we have.
It's on the mic. It's on the mic.
This is for Sasha. Do you think that Obama's ground game was in fact the deciding factor in the race? I'm really wary of saying that any one thing is a deciding factor. I mean, part of what I feel, one of the big changes in how I've written about politics for the last couple of years is to move away from trying to sort of put your finger on one thing you think will explain an election. And I felt like so much political coverage is sort of driven by some desire to say this election hinges on one issue or one shift in demographics or one state or one moment or one sort of specific tactic. And it's sort of an easier way to think about what happened in a given year, but what we're learning from sort of all the data that campaigns are collecting about individuals and their ability to target different, basically come up with a unique prescription for interacting with each of you, depending on what they see as your sort of attributes or behavior, and then a lot of experiments that people inside campaigns or inside academia are running that are actually measuring the real world impact of what games can do to sort of marginally change that. And so I think that Obama's sort of ground game and allies on the left are far superior to what Romney and the Republican Party and allies on the right had. I think that we have reason to believe that they mobilized votes that would not have turned out without that activity, and that they were very smart about how to sort of efficiently target those resources so that when they were sending out volunteers to call people or knock on doors, they had a confidence that they were going to places where they could make a difference. But there are a lot of other things that contributed to the outcome. Lynn writes a lot about the effect of economic conditions on the outcome of the race. There are, the parties have different coalitions shaped by demographics and voters' attitudes, and so each of those things is sort of helping to shape the sort of structure of which voters end up on which side. The one thing the Obama campaign was able to do really make a difference was they, through mobilization, get out the vote is turning non-voters into voters. So we're not going to change somebody's opinion, but you're getting them to do something they might not be used to doing regularly. We're going out voting or registering somebody and turning them into a new voter.
Hi, I'm Bob. Thank you both for coming, first of all. My name is Bob Nate. What, in your opinion, must the Republican Party do to regain power? And that's for both of you.
If you paid attention at all to the post-election news coverage, you've heard a lot about how the Republican Party really needs to get together. Voting against that alarmist. There is to think about. On the one hand, coming out of 2010, going into the debt ceiling crisis. I think if you're the Republican Party, reputationally you took a bit of a hit there when John Boehner really couldn't get his caucus together. So I think that there's a little bit of rehabilitation to do there in terms of leadership of the party. But a fundamental change, people are talking about, is there a realignment coming? Are the parties going to be really different the next time around? And I actually don't think that, that's necessary. If you go back and read the stump speeches of the 2000 campaign, George Bush talked a lot about immigration reform. That was a big Republican Party priority in 2000. It just wasn't, in 2012. In 2008, both candidates had the same position. So it isn't as if the Republican Party has boxed themselves into too much of a corner, in my mind. I think a little bit of, sort of reputation rehabilitation. There are some great candidates, young candidates with a lot of good ideas and energy in the Republican Party. You didn't see them running in 2012, in my opinion, because they understood that this was likely to be Obama's election to lose. But when the conditions sort of shift and are more favorable to Republicans, you will see some of the talent in the party coming out. So I don't think that there's anything sort of huge that they have to do. But Sasha and I haven't talked about this, so maybe he has a different opinion.
I share Lynn's sort of skepticism about the idea that there needs to be some wholesale reinvention. I think it's instructive to look back at how Democrats responded to losing in 2004. And there's a lot of the same sense that then it was totally the opposite. Democrats can't win white men. How are they ever going to be a competitive party? And now we're saying Republicans can win only white men. How are they going to be a competitive party? And it turns out that a lot of the Democrats' problems were solved. And when we talk about the Democrats were sort of divided in an irreconcilable way by sort of battles over the Iraq War and sort of post-September 11 foreign policy. And a lot of their problems were solved by Barack Obama coming along and offering what had been seen as different ends of the party, something that each of them could sort of latch on to. So, sort of, liberal, progressive activists liked him. He, in large part, he opposed the Iraq War, but also they saw him as somebody who could appeal to Republicans and independents because of his sort of personal style and story and all the talk of bipartisanship in new politics. And so we've talked very little in the last 6 years about a sort of left-right divide in the Democratic Party, or center versus left divide in the Democratic Party. The technical language we talk about now between the Tea Party and the establishment. We don't talk about establishment Democrats and activist progressive Democrats anymore. Largely because Obama has kind of given all the different wings of the party something to buy into, and they're invested in him. And I think there could be, somebody who comes along and does something similar on the Republican side, and we'll see a lot of this sort of alarmism go away because a Marco Rubio or a Chris Christie can sort of redefine the party in their image, at least for a few years, sort of smooth over a lot of these debates as though you have to pick one side or the other. But the other thing I'll note, which is sort of more in my lane, is that there really is a big gap between how these parties do the nuts and bolts of campaigning. And this is something where, those of you who, when you were asked earlier if you were disappointed by the election result, if you're a Republican and you want to help your party be competitive, there's really a difference in how the parties approach what they call field, which is that sort of ground level work of knocking on doors and calling voters to identify them and turn them out to vote. And basically, Democrats and the left take it more seriously than the Republicans do. And there are good reasons for this. Democrats tend to live compressed in urban areas where it's very easy to go knock on every door, college towns. Republicans, where they are packed into one area, they're actually not that packed. Because then some sort of rural areas where it's hard or counterproductive to knock on doors. And Democrats have obviously ties to organized labor, so there are a lot of people with just bodies available on election day or the days before to go out and do work. But what's happened is that Republicans have sort of lost an understanding, appreciation, or a sense of craft around the idea that there's a good way to knock on a door or a bad way to train people. And so I saw this. I would go out in states reporting on the election this year, and meet the sort of senior person in the state or in the region who was responsible for the sort of nuts and bolts work on each side. And the person doing it for the Obama campaign or the Democratic Party was, they were 28 or they were 32, and they had done this for 3 election cycles in a row in their state, and they were basically somebody who did field. They had developed skills and expertise in the field. They knew people called turf. They knew sometimes they had a real institutional knowledge of how to do this well. And almost always, the person on the Republican side would be like 24 and would have been, they were smart and like, nice people, and often they'd been involved in like their college Republicans chapter. And they were basically told, do this year, and then you can go on and work in Congress or work as a press secretary for the state party. But there were very few people who did it year after year and learned how to be good at this. And what I've written about a lot is that this is the area where campaigns have gotten much smarter recently. And so one thing Republicans need to do is to tell young people who want to make their campaigns better that it's not just about being good at strategy or making TV ads or this thing you do at the end where you run around and knock on some doors, but that to do it most effectively.
I think this will have to be our last question.
So I've been hearing a lot about this worker program that Romney was planning on using this year, and a lot of people contribute that to his disappointing turnout. How do you think that affected the election, and do you think it had as big as an impact on the results as they're saying it did?
So how many of you have heard of Project Orca? Okay, so this was, I'll try to explain this quickly. This was a sort of software platform that the Romney campaign developed to use on election day so that they could, in real time, understand who had voted every minute during the day. So campaigns create these big databases with information on every voter, and throughout the year they're going out and they're knocking on doors and calling people, say who you plan to vote for, what you plan to vote, what issue you care about. And they're using that so that they know in the days before the election, on election day, to start reminding you to vote or offer you a ride or tell you where your polling place is. The question is what you do on election day. Now people are actually voting, and so you aren't just guessing this person looks like somebody who's likely to vote, but you know, 10 a.m. you know this precinct, 100 people will vote, you know their names, they sign in to the book. Which there's always been this challenge for campaigns of how do you use that information to get smarter over the course of the 10 hours, 12 hours. 2008, very basic program where people could dial in numbers for each voter in an area. That person would be removed from the database in real time. They called it Houdini to sort of account for who had voted. And that system ended up crashing by 9:30 a.m. Chicago time, just because there were so many volunteers out at polling places who were calling in these results that the campaign's phone lines crashed, and the system didn't work. It was one of the big sort of big tech failures of the first Obama campaign. This year, the Romney campaign tried to build their own version of this. Obviously, more people have smartphones than did 4 years ago. More people have smartphones themselves are more advanced. And so they developed an app. The idea was that you'd see a list of voters in your precinct if you were the poll watcher there. And as somebody would come in and say, I'm a voter, I'm here to vote, she's not here to form, and then I'd see her name and I'd swipe it off and she'd disappear from our list. And so the idea would be over the course of the day, the campaign could move resources to both places where they weren't getting the turnout they needed and individual voters who they knew hadn't yet voted. This whole thing turned out to be a disaster. They never tested the software. They gave people the wrong login information and passwords. They didn't let the volunteers who were supposed to be using it actually try it out until election day itself, so people weren't familiar with it, didn't know what they should be doing. And over the course of the day, people had trouble logging into it, and certainly by 4 p.m. on election day, it failed. And so this has been, as people try to look over what went wrong with the Romney campaign, this has been one of the things that they're focusing on. And I think we're sort of focusing generally on the wrong part of it, which is it didn't work, it was a disaster, and I'm sure the wrong people made a lot of money off of it. I think the bigger problem, which reflects what I was trying to say, that the campaign doesn't, that Republicans don't understand as well as Democrats do, is that they thought that it was sort of a replacement for a real get out the vote program. Doing Tuesday afternoon at 4 o'clock when you realize somebody hasn't voted. What we know from all this research is that you want to have multiple contacts and volunteers, ideally knocking on somebody's door, having a real interaction. And those are the things, they increase somebody's likelihood of voting by 2% or 3% or 4%. And so there was, I think the Romney campaign thought, okay, it's 2012, we need to use data to improve our Get Out the Vote program. But the data wasn't, just having data about who voted and who didn't doesn't help you. You need to actually have people who are translating that data into meaningful interactions with voters to get them to turn out. And the Romney campaign invested some money, obviously not that well, in the sort of data and technology, but they never invested the money in the people who would go out and turn that into votes. And so it's been sort of fun and amusing to read about, but I think we're sort of looking too closely at what went wrong with the software, sort of overlooking the bigger problems. They didn't really know how they should be interacting with voters broadly, or interacting with non-voters broadly to get them to actually participate.
The only thing that I'm going to add to that is, I think just the way the question was framed was disappointing turnout. And I would just ask you guys to think about, this election was close. It's not 500 votes in Florida close, and I think because it's much earlier than that the takeaway has been that this election wasn't close. 2 percentage points and change. That's the difference between the two candidates. If we just say it was 2 points, it was 49-51, then the way to think about how close that is to say for every 100 voters who showed up at the polls, if one of them had changed their mind and voted for Mitt Romney instead of Barack Obama, okay, Romney could have won. Right? That would cover a 2-point gap. You change 1% of people's minds, the flip there is 2 points. So that's really close. And when you think about volunteers going out in the Brown campaign, if I said you only have to change 1 out of every 100 people, you only change 1 mind, that seems doable. And so I think it was a lot closer than the sort of indicators of it on election day lead everyone to think. So I wouldn't rush to say that Romney's turnout was disappointing. It was a really close election. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Workshop block from 11:30 to 12, and then mock trial will just be condensed to half an hour. You'll still get out till lunchtime.
other people are standing in the crowd, they'll all just raise their hands. But the general rule is that for code, for everyone to stand up. Where does it say that? Can you refer to the page? Okay. Well, depending on, you use your best judgment. You guys are all smart people. You can stand or you can raise your hand. Does that clarify your question? So then after you take the vote, you will pass out the best speaker gavels that are found in this lovely packet. They look, or the best speaker ballots, but they look like this. Not the gavels, sorry. They look like this, so you make sure everyone has them. And then you are responsible for counting these ballots and returning them to where? Boardroom. So who knows what the boardroom is? Does anyone know what the boardroom is? Where it is, or what it is? So the board, yeah, correct. So the boardroom is basically where everything is run out of. So generally speaking, it's in the vicinity of the registration desk. So that is where like the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the cabinet run the convention from. So you're, at the end of the day, every single moderator from every block is responsible for delivering this package to the boardroom, regardless. It has to get there so that we can count the ballots. Make sense? Okay. Is there anything else? Does anyone have any questions? Like, is there an amount of time that you have to have that like you need to have to, because if you have like 25 seconds of stuff, it doesn't make sense to give your time. Are you asking me as a speaker? Because this is we're talking about moderators. Oh, but as a speaker, moderator. Okay, so what would you, if the speaker has 25 seconds left and they yield their time to questions, then they are allowed to answer questions in that allotted 25 seconds, or whatever they can get in. And then generally speaking, but not always, someone in the crowd will say what kind of motion. Does anyone know? Motion to extend the speaker's time. So if that motion is not given by someone in the crowd, then as the moderator, you have to say, okay, please down your time is elapsed. Okay? But if there is a motion to extend the speaker's time, then what would you do as a moderator? Ask for a second. So that's when you go all in favor, aye, all opposed, nay. And then and then ayes have it, and the speaker's time is extended. That's what you would say as a moderator. I don't know if I'm making sense. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's go through the quiz so you guys will succeed at life by passing this thing. So I'll just go through the questions and then we'll have you guys just raise your hand and answer them. So what should you do with the best speaker ballots? Raise your hand. Yes. Correct. Gold star for you. Okay. If the delegate asks another question after the speaker answers the first question, what should you do? Correct. Okay. Which of the following is the most effective way to vote on a motion? On a motion. So that would be like motion to extend the speaker's time. Correct. What can you do while a main speaker or a subsequent speaker is presenting their opinion? Or what are you allowed to do? Good job. That's actually What is the last task for any moderator of a speaker? There are like 3 steps to this task.
Let's see. Which of the following people should you choose to be a subsequent speaker? A delegate that has frequently interrupted a debate to assert his or her opinion. B, a delegate that has notes and is prepared. C, a delegate that you know personally and is your friend. D, a delegate that seems to know what he or she is talking about. So the answer is the person who does. So people with notes, if they like raise their hand, they have a notepad in their hand, they always have priority. When a subsequent speaker decides to yield his or her time to the chair, what would you do? Correct. Did everyone hear her? Okay, so does anyone else know the answer? They can speak louder. Okay, when a subsequent speaker decides to yield his or her time to the chair, what would you do? Someone back here. What would you do if the subsequent speaker yields his or her time to the chair? Good. Okay. Did everyone hear that? Follow with another subsequent speech. Good.
Fisher versus the University of Texas. Set before the Supreme Court in 2008, the trial involves the petitioner, Abigail Fisher, bringing a case against the respondent, University of Texas, regarding their affirmative action policies. Now, if you'll turn to the second to last page of your agenda, you'll see a detailed guide to our format today. The only change is that, whereas in the agenda, it says that both the petitioner and the respondent will have 10 minutes to present their opening speech and 10 minutes for questions, they will only have 5 minutes for each. To my left, you'll see our 9 Supreme Court justices who will be deciding on the case and asking questions to the petitioner and the respondent. And to my right, you will see the petitioner and the respondent, the petitioner representing Abigail Fisher, and the respondent representing the University of Texas. And with that, I'd like to welcome the Chief Justice, Matthew Cohen.
We are now going to hear a 5-minute opening statement from the petitioner.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the mock Supreme Court. I'm Jessica Shin, and I will be representing the petitioner, Abigail Noel Fisher, a white woman from Texas. Now, just take a moment and see this. Abigail is probably someone in this room right now. You may not be white, you may not be from Texas, but you still all are in the same position that Abigail is in. Now, a little backstory about this case. In 1964, the Civil Rights Act was signed by President Lyndon B. Johnson, and that act declared that no American citizen shall be discriminated based on their race, sex, or religion. Now, that act is something very peculiar, and that we are going to be discussing here today. The University of Texas has been trying to proclaim that that act is an excuse for them to uphold their affirmative action policy and to have some schools from different quotas come into their school to have a diverse campus. But that's going against the Civil Rights Act of 1964. People are being discriminated based on their race and their ethnicity, just like Abigail Noel Fisher is. Now, to start off, Abigail Noel Fisher, she was a girl from Texas, and she applied to the University of Texas with her dreams high and wanting to be admitted into that great school. But she failed to meet the top 10% plan that they had at their school, which basically stated that the top 10% of each school, or the students who were representing it to be admitted, would be accepted. But Abigail did not meet those requirements, so she went on to the 85% of the students who were unable to meet the top percent. But when she went to that 85% that they were going to choose from to be admitted, she was denied. And although her academic credentials beat the minorities that were admitted to the University of Texas, she was denied based on her race, based on the fact that she was a white American. Now, I'm going to be arguing 2 issues today. That one, diversity is no longer a compelling interest for the University of Texas. The University of Texas boasts that they have the most diverse campus in the United States. And if they have such a critical mass or quota that they're proclaiming to the nation, then why should they have to have diversity as a compelling interest? Another thing that I will be arguing is that the University of Texas's policy towards admission is not narrowly tailored. What does a critical mass mean? Is that a quota? Is that a number? Is that a percentage of the population living in the United States? We are unaware of those facts. Now let's begin back to my first point, that diversity is no longer a compelling interest for the University of Texas. 1, why would you need to base someone's diversity on campus, their difference of opinions and ideas, by their race? I know some people that are extremely whitewashed, you may say, who are American or who are Italian, who are Asian, and they don't know what their cultures say, but they have a difference of opinions because they're a person. Just by being a person, you have a difference of opinion. We don't need to put a stereotypical box and tell them that if you are Asian, only 5% of you can come. If you're African American, only 10% can come. That's extremely superficial and something that should not be taken into consideration when doing admissions. Another thing, the University of Texas's policy with a critical mass is inconsistent with Grutter versus Bullington. For those who do not know what the case Grutter versus Bullinger is basically Barbara Grutter, a white resident from Michigan who was applying to the University of Michigan Law School, and she was denied admission, even though her criteria and her standards met those who were admitted to that university as well, just like in the case of Abigail Noel Fisher. Now, the law school the people in this audience should take away from Grutter versus Bullinger was the fact that the Supreme Court deemed that quota system constitutional. And therefore, we think, or Abigail Noel Fisher thinks, that the University of Texas's policy with their critical mass is extremely superficial and does not go to the root of why students should be admitted into a school. The root of why a student should have their own merits be shown, not because of superficial things like what race I am, but with what policies I have. Thank you, and I will now be taking questions from the Chief or the Justices.
Do you believe that the critical mass of the University of Texas is a quota?
Extremely. The University of Texas has a critical mass system going on. They say that it's narrowly tailored. They say that's a deciding factor when discovering admissions. But let me give you, a quota is the number or percentage of pupils of a specified kind permitted to enroll in a college, join a club, or immigrate to a country. And if the critical mass is not a quota, then what is? Just by merely slapping another name onto a quota system doesn't make it constitutional. And we as the people should be able to look through the University of Texas's attempt to blind their quota system. So I answer your question.
You've cited Greta versus Bullinger in many ways, or many times throughout your speech. In what specific way does critical mass, the institution of a critical mass system, violate Greta versus Bullinger?
Thank you for your question. I will quote off directly from the Greta versus Bullinger topic or court synopsis. Basically, it was deemed unconstitutional because the fact that the law school had a quota system, or the fact that only a certain percentage of a certain race could be admitted, was unconstitutional because it was going against the Civil Rights Act of 1964. I mean, there's a direct quote in here that states that constituted binding a precedent establishing diversity as a compelling government interest. So yes, diversity is a compelling government interest, but the implementation of diversity by having a quota system, that's unconstitutional to its core.
As a response to the 1964 Civil Rights Act, many states actually instituted a system of quotas as a way to diversify their school, as a way to bring more culture to their school. It seems like you've done a lot of finger pointing at the University of Texas, but what do you propose would be a better strategy that the University of Texas could pursue?
That's a great question. And I know that I'm finger pointing to the University of Texas, but because it's just merely wrong. And another alternative that you're asking for, we could just still abide by the 10% plan that they have. That 10% plan is getting those who are smartest from their schools by their merit, by what they earn, rather than their race. By having that 10% plan as something that's guiding their admissions, it's going to work fairly well, and it's been doing well for them throughout their history. But by the critical mass that they have for the remaining students who have not qualified to the top 10%, that's something that the petitioner, or me, I'm trying to state is unconstitutional.
Do you believe that the University of Texas's policy for admitting students is narrowly tailored?
No, as I stated before, it's extremely unnarrowly tailored. It gives something as important as a college admission, as something a lot of you in this audience are dealing with right now, whether I should apply to college or not. They're putting that important subject at hand that you've worked your whole life for, based on what race you are. I mean, that's as superficial as it gets, and I believe that it should be narrowly tailored and fit a different criteria rather than race or ethnicity.
This was addressed earlier. You keep on mentioning how the current system is not narrow tailored. So you are referring to the critical mass. Is that what you're referring to as not narrowly tailored, or are you referring to other components of the admission process?
Thank you. I will clarify. I'm saying that the University of Texas's policy about their critical mass, how they state that it's not a quota system, that is what is not narrowly tailored.
And we'll now get a 5-minute opening statement from the respondent.
Hello, I am Doug Choi, and I am the respondent attorney on. So, Your Honors, the question here at hand today is not whether or not the petitioner, Ms. Fisher, should have been admitted to the University of Texas. No, the question at hand is rather, does the University of Texas's admissions criteria, most specifically critical mass, violate the Equal Rights Amendment? Well, the 14th Amendment states, and I quote, "No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." In other words, the Constitution guarantees that there shall be no discrimination against any group. And here, today, the petitioner is claiming that we are discriminating against Caucasian populace. Well, we must look at the 14th Amendment with strict scrutiny. And looking at the amendment with strict scrutiny, two questions must be answered in regards to Texas's admissions criteria. One, does it serve a compelling government interest? And two, is it narrowly tailored? In order to answer the first question, whether or not the University of Texas's admissions criteria serve a compelling government interest, one must first explore the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was passed in response to severe discrimination against the minorities in the past. The very Congress that passed it would pass many acts to favor minorities, establishing bureaucracies such as the Freedmen's Bureau. Their originalist interpretation of the Constitution, looking at the original intent of the amendment, it is clear that to some extent the favoring of disadvantaged minorities is in the original spirit of the amendment. The compelling government interest here is to encourage equality and equal opportunity and to foster diversity within the university. Going beyond the original intent of the amendment to a non-religious originalist interpretation, it can be reasonably inferred from equal protection of the law that fostering equality and ensuring equal opportunity is in the interest of the government. Finally, these admissions criteria ensure diversity amongst the student body so that all students are exposed to a certain degree of cultural diversity. And as Chief Justice Sandra Day O'Connor stated in Grutter v. Bollinger, there lies a compelling government interest in ensuring that students receive the benefit of an education that flows from a diverse student body. So if the University of Texas admissions criteria do in fact serve a compelling government interest, are these criteria narrowly tailored? Well, the University of Texas utilizes critical mass. What is critical mass? Critical mass, as defined by Merriam-Webster dictionary, is a size, number, or amount large enough to produce a particular result. The result, or results in this case, being the aforementioned government interest. Now, this definition may incline some to believe that critical mass is in fact a quota. However, the definition of a quota is a part of the overall holistic judgment that the University of Texas employs. Therefore, critical mass is not a quota by definition. And therefore, this does not go against Back versus University of California, nor the decision in Grants versus Bollinger. Also, unlike the quota, the critical mass system is enforced not only throughout the whole school, but also throughout the classes. And wherever a student goes, no matter what classes they take, they will always find a certain level of diversity, and all their classes will benefit as a result of it. As I have stated, the University of Texas admissions criteria is narrowly tailored and serves a compelling government interest. Furthermore, it is backed by the precedent set by the upholding of the utilization of race in admissions in Grants versus Bollinger, and no further precedent in court has been set against these policies. Today, the question you're answering is, does the University of Texas admissions criteria violate the 14th Amendment? Whether by an originalist or non-religionist interpretation of the Constitution, this narrowly tailored admissions process fosters the intentions of the 14th Amendment, and on both levels meets the requirements for strict scrutiny. Therefore, the answer is no. These admissions fail to violate the 14th Amendment. Thank you. I'll be now taking questions.
Without factoring in Fisher's race, how would Fisher's admission standing pan out?
Ms. Fisher's admissions chances would not have been very high. First off, her GPA was below the requirement of the 10% plan, and she failed in the holistic judgment overall as an applicant. So regardless of race, she likely would not have made it.
Do you believe that diversity may be only met by race?
No, I believe that there are other forms of diversity, but I think that right now, race and culture are the most critical components of diversity in today's society.
How do you believe that a critical mass would directly benefit the University of Texas at Austin's educational manifesto?
The University of Texas ensures that every single class has a certain level of diversity. So whether one goes to a philosophy class or a math class or a history class, every student has a perspective of various cultures, of various people influenced by various racial influences, cultural influences, and their own upbringing. And therefore, this ensures that every student benefits from the diversity of the student body.
Does the implementation of a critical mass violate the ruling of Gratz versus Bollinger?
No, it does not, because in Gratz versus Bollinger, it was this rule that the race was a controlling factor. However, with critical mass, it is not a controlling factor, but merely a component of the judgment that the University of Texas employs.
All right. How is instituting a quota where 50% or more of admitted applicants are of a minority race? How is that? How is that not a system of critical mass?
Sorry, could you clarify that question?
As per the research that I did, at least 50% or more of applicants who were admitted in the 85th percentile, in that 85th percentile that was not in the top 10, were of a minority race. So when you have 50% of applicants being admitted who are a member of a minority race, how is that not a form of critical mass in any way?
Well, first off, I think that statistic fails to factor in other components of the applicants' applications, including their GPA, their extracurriculars, their home environment, their socioeconomic position. So I don't think that is in fact a quota, but rather an overall component of the holistic judgment.
So the University of Texas has boasted that it's one of the most diverse schools in the country. Why then is it that the affirmative action must be considered and the 15% admitted outside of those already admitted from being the top 10% of their high school?
Because the University of Texas wishes to uphold that title as the most diverse university in the nation. Therefore, to ensure that every freshman class has an equal chance for diversity, we employ critical mass.
How does the university know that diversity in race leads to diversity in culture and mindset for every individual?
It cannot be denied that there is a certain factor of race in culture. Everywhere you go, you will notice that there are various changes in the cultural environment depending on the race. And I think that, yes, there are other factors to be considered in cultural diversity, but race is the most easily identified factor.
So are you saying in a land of opportunity such as ours, where everyone is allowed to follow their dreams, you believe that race should play a factor in stopping one from attending their desired path of education?
Critical mass is employed because race does play a factor in preventing people's education. Just simply statistically speaking, many minorities are socioeconomically disadvantaged. And therefore, as statistics have proven, socioeconomically disadvantaged individuals have a lesser chance of going into higher education and succeeding in their lives. The University of Texas's critical mass system is employed to ensure that these factors due to race are not a barrier in achieving higher education.
Thank you very much for your time. I'm trying to find and myself will now deliberate and we'll have our discussion later.
A couple people working on the student walking on their own. Okay, do they have to be in Chicago by 1:40?
I'd just like to see the feel of the crowd and what you guys think. So if you guys favor Abigail Fisher and don't like affirmative action, can I just get an aye? Aye. And then all those in favor of affirmative action and support the young side, can I get a nay? All right, it's a pretty resounding opinion. So without further ado, the justices of the Supreme Court.
We believe that it really should occur as further in the 2003 Supreme Court case, Browder versus Lawyer, so that race should not play a limited role in admissions to U.S. public universities.
Delivering the majority opinion that affirmative action should in fact be upheld. The majority felt this way because we do believe that it does go with the 14th Amendment, and also it serves a compelling state interest to have diversity at school. And on the second ruling that we have, the 9-0 decision, we ruled the critical mass unconstitutional because it does resemble the program. Thank you.
that was the Artivism debate at Ball State OC, and speaking on the proponency, our main speaker is Juliet Myers, and her media is charcoal and pencil. And then we'll pass around her artwork, and we'll also try and display it. We'll mute the volume. It was the woman in chains that you saw in the video, and then she'll discuss her artwork as well. And then we have Chris Van Dam. I'm sorry, one more announcement. What we realized at Ball State OC was that with art, it's hard to put a time limit on how much time that you need to explain something or how much time that you don't need to explain something. So for those who are presenting with art, there is no time limit. Granted, we haven't had anyone go over 6 minutes to date, and I doubt we will today. So there is no time limit for those presenting with art. And after all the subsequent artivists do go, the debate is open for those who want to debate the issue of abortion without art, but for those there is a time limit. So, Juliet?
Hi guys, I'm Juliet Myers, and so I made my art piece for the pro-choice because I basically feel that if we decide to prohibit abortions, then that is totally taking away the rights that we have. And so basically, just the changes, like the chains on the women, they basically just like kind of symbolize how we are being like suppressed if we are taking away that right, because there's sort of a stigma, I think, that when people choose to get get an abortion, then it's because they were just like, irresponsible and they had sex and they didn't use like just like birth control or protection, and so therefore then they want to do this because they're trying to make up for their mistake. However, I feel that to just consider that it's being completely or that we're forgetting about all the other people who may have gotten pregnant through force and through rape. And there are many situations where the pregnancy was not just a mistake, but it happened through violence and through force. And I believe that if this is prohibited, then that is basically just like a way to justify rape, which is not okay. Because I can see the argument where like people say where for the pro-life side that we're giving a voice to the baby. However, by doing so, we are also taking away the voice of the woman. And if she was raped, then she had no choice in that situation. And we're just taking away like her basic right to protect herself and to defend herself in that way. And then as far as the people who may have just like made a mistake or they're irresponsible, by getting the abortion, that shows that they want to be responsible, that they want to protect themselves and protect their family and protect the child that they would not be able to support. So something else that I just want to say is for the pro-life argument, they say that that the child that is conceived, it has rights once the sperm fertilizes the egg, and therefore this new cell has rights. And I can understand this, however, I just don't see who has the divine right to say what is a child and what is not. As far as I'm concerned, this cell is still in the body of the woman, and therefore it is still her body. It is still her choice. They say that the cell that it has rights because it has like a specific genome that is just different from every other human and has potential to become a new human being. Well, so does the sperm and so does the egg, so why don't those have rights? I just see that as long as this new cell is within the body of of the woman, of the victim of rape, it's still her body. And I think that if we take away that right for her to get an abortion, then that is just completely suppressing her own rights. My last point that I'd like to make is just because it or just if we choose to prohibit abortion, then that doesn't mean that they're still not going to happen. Just like people will smoke a marijuana in the states where it's not legal, or just like people will drink, just like underage. This is still going to happen, but because it's not regulated and because it's not done by professionals, then it becomes that much more dangerous, and people will resort to like the backstreet ways of doing it, which ultimately kill more of the women, since it is a very unsafe way to do it. So basically that's all I have to say. I just feel that if it is prohibited, then we are taking away the basic rights that people have, and that's not fair. So yes, I yield my time to questions. Yeah.
Well, besides the fact that it's in the body, don't you think that to sell what was as the woman is that it has to have something to grow, it's much nutrition. But it still has something to do with DNA. It's not the same serves. So if something doesn't have some DNA, it's not part of that body.
I see your point, but just the thing is, like, I just feel like that is a very good point, but I do feel that I just don't think that the government has the right to say that all women should keep their child, because there are, like, it's so personal to that, like, to that person if they are ready to have a family and to raise a child. Yeah.
Just because you put up for adoption, it doesn't mean that you're gonna have like a good life. Like tons of adopted kids put up for adoption are never actually adopted, especially if they pass the age of 13. Then you have like basically zero chance of being adopted. And like, I understand what you're saying, like it's a person, but I feel like.
Do you want to make a speech?
Thank you.
You said that it's unfair for the government to not allow a woman to have the right to have an abortion, but wouldn't you agree that it's unfair for a child to never have a chance at life? For a child to be killed without ever being born?
I mean, I see your argument, but it's just like so it's like you can give up the right of the child for the woman, or give up the right of the woman for the child, and I just feel like I see the point, but just like if you're raped, then you have no choice whatsoever. Like I feel like they would be punished, or that was not the right word, but just like I just feel that it's so personal. Like I see just like what you're saying, and like it does have like a right to live, but just the fact that the woman has had a life and she's already living, and this child hasn't been born yet, and I just feel like I see your point, but okay.
Would you say that the life of the woman?
Sorry.
Hi, I'm Chris Van Dam. I'm from John Burroughs High School. I created a piece. I wrote a piece for Flute
It's called Life Before Choice. It's not just, oh, well, it doesn't get a chance to die. No, it doesn't get a chance to live. There's no chance for humanity for that. Whether or not you believe that after it's fertilized it's a person or not, it's going to become a person, and you're taking away the personhood of an individual. And then it goes into rape and, stuff where it's not your choice whether you get pregnant or not. You could say, well, then they have no choice in the matter, and they're going to have to bring out this baby, which they're raped for. Does rape justify a murder? If you believe that you're killing an individual, that's murder. And just because you're raped doesn't mean, well, I had something bad happen to me, so that gives me justification to do something bad to another person. And I will do my kind of questions.
If it can't
Well, in that case, if it's a miscarriage, they're not choosing to take away the child's life. It's just going to happen. Sorry if I didn't address your question. In my opinion, and a lot of pro-life advocates will go against this, if it's the woman's choice versus the child's life, a life is at stake and the life is more important. When it's the woman's life against the child's life, I would say yes, the woman has a right to defend herself.
Isn't it true that according to many violence laws, if a pregnant woman is injured in an act or assault, and the fetus is killed or it dies or is a miscarriage, the offender can be charged with manslaughter or double homicide on the woman's killed?
Yes, I definitely agree.
Do you think that men should have a role in the say whether pro-life or pro-choice?
Don't men come from the womb too?
If death is defined as when the brain starts functioning,
Or life?
it stops functioning.
Okay, sorry.
If death is defined as when the brain stops functioning, and because the brain does not start functioning until 6 weeks after conception, would the zygote still be considered a human at that point before the brain starts functioning?
Well, if you're using that as your definition for death, then yes, I could agree with you. But my definition of death is when you take away a person's life, and life begins at conception.
What if when the baby's born, it's going to have a life of suffering because of disease?
So you're saying we have the choice to kill the child and to give it a life which it may or may not be happy?
Like a life that's basically...
Sorry. I wasn't necessarily making them equal, and that's what I was saying, is that because something wrong is done to you, doesn't give you reason to do something wrong to someone else, even if you're supporting them. I think that addresses your question.
What if a woman dies while giving birth, but people say that's okay rather than when they have an abortion? So it's like the child's life is more important than the mom's?
Like I said before, mother's choice versus fetus's life is always more important. If it's a woman's life versus fetus's life, the woman has a right to defend herself.
I said something.
Can you please raise your hand if you are on the proponency and your subsequent? If you're pro-choice, raise your hand and your subsequent. Jesse.
We were originally just going to do like a poem, but we decided it would be cooler if we did a poetic dialogue and like a play kind of theme or whatever. So this takes place in like a world where you can't get abortions and women don't have the choice to do it. So enter the scene. You'll be playing a girl or whatever. And we're like just like two teenagers, maybe possibly like underneath one at a party. Hey there, pretty girl. What's your name? What's your sign? You be looking fine. No way, Jose.
I bet you do this every day. You can't touch my pocket. I'll spare you the details of the next event. Or no, of the event that happens next. But it has to do with forced sex. Now we go to a doctor's office 3 months later. Doc, please, I'm on my knees. I can't have a child now. Sorry, lady. You don't have a voice. I'm the one who has the choice. So take a bow. Then we take a bow. I will not be taking questions.
Sorry, can our subsequent pro-life speakers please raise their hands? Noah and Mark. There's a mic if you want to use it.
No lights, alright. We'll just start. Oh, wow. While you guys look at this picture, we just want to say some words, and let's hope that they evoke some feelings within you guys. So I'm just going to start. So I will be representing life. And I'll be representing beautiful blue eyes. Of a handcrafted silk scarf. Rusty nails. Tears of joy waking up for the first day of Hanukkah. Yeah, Judaism. Dumbfounded.
Are there any questions?
Once again, this was just to provoke feelings, and we believe that the feelings in both are similar.
Sure, you. Well, because Voldemort is like the Grim Reaper of death, and I believe that abortion is death as well. It's an analogy.
Can you please explain why an empty hospital bed is bad?
Well, it's not the actual bed. It's symbolizing the absence of a baby, and the baby is not in the hospital bed. It is in its grave, and it's very sad. Yeah. Babies are born in hospitals.
Can we do a closing statement? Six seconds, maybe. We hope this journey allowed you to look deep inside.
The experience and tragic emotion of taking the life of a child.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Tuba Ali. I'm from Palisades Charter High School. So I want to hit on like this quote we all hear about pro-life. It's a life is a life no matter how small. And what I don't get is why is it okay for us to take a life of a child, but why it's not okay for us to take the life of a child when we are allowed to take the life of maybe a chicken or a dog, because a life is a life no matter how small. We also have capital punishment here in California. That's another thing we're going ahead, we're taking away oh, by the way, I don't have an art thing. Okay, so we're taking away the life of another person. It's kind of a hypocritical thing to say that we don't have the right to take away a life, but we're allowed to take a grown individual's life. So that's another thing. And I want to finish up by saying something that my economics teacher told me. It's that he said something like 20 years ago, Texas legalized abortion for a small period of time, and in the late 1990s. And they did a study a couple of years ago, so I guess 2010, and found that Texas's crime rate decreased dramatically. And that's because, I don't know the percent because I don't know what my teacher said, I can't remember, but it's because those individuals aren't here now to commit those crimes and murders. So I just think when you're giving a child up for adoption, they're more likely to commit these crimes and murders and stuff like that, because they're not coming from a fixed home or from a loving home. You don't know that. So these are all my points, and I hope and urge you to vote pro-choice, and thank you. Okay. Yeah.
So we after this we have a skit for pro-life that who's also involved in.
Yeah, to help my friend out.
But she is
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have any evidence to the correlation of the drop in crime rate?
Yeah.
Abortion? Because I think that's a little misleading.
Well, like I said, my economics teacher did tell us this in an abortion debate we had, and it's an economics and government teacher, so I think he's very educated on that. But I don't know. I think if you Googled it, you could find more on it. I mean, I know they did make it legal, but like again, like I'm saying, this it's just something that I thought was interesting and just wanted to point out to the audience. So I'm sorry.
Is Steve aware that the correlation between unwanted children and crime rates actually was proved in economics?
No. Yeah, of course. So like, I mean, I'm not saying that all kids. Okay. Obviously not everybody who's adopted isn't a criminal, but there is I feel like there is more of a chance for someone who is adopted because they're not from they're not really from like a fixed household, I guess.
Are you saying that children who come out of fixed households don't turn to a life of crime at one point in their life?
I'm not saying that. Yeah. But again, that's like a death penalty kind of topic, and it's also like we don't know if the grown individual is like if he's innocent or actually, I don't know, like it's different. What? Wait, excuse, can I ask? I didn't get the last part.
So, just because you are not avoiding doesn't mean that you're going to turn to that.
No, of course not. But again, it's just like a correlation. It doesn't mean that it is. I don't know if that makes sense. Like it doesn't. I don't know. Sorry. Ooh. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Last artivist subsequent Daniel, Hamidi, and then they'll introduce what form of art they are using and what stance they are taking. Yeah, you can send images. It's a pro-life skit. Something along those lines.
Hi everyone. So we have kind of like a skit performed, if you will. We're pro-life, and just to let you guys know, we're not the best actors. We just want to do this because for the fun of it. So if we have bad acting, sorry.
Oh, you can get the lights in.
Arguing. Constant arguing. Yelling. Screaming. What are they arguing over? The poor girl. The tears ran down her face. He slammed at the table, storming out, tears streaming down his face. There sat an olive-skinned girl. She sits there, alone in the coffee shop.
lost in her thoughts. She fiddles anxiously with her hair, biting down to the ends of her nails. She sips more coffee. Drowned in her thoughts, she drowns herself in coffee. Battered, shaken, she could not keep still. Foot fidgeting, legs shaking. What was wrong with her? At constant battle with herself, a deep breath, a glance down at her waist, glancing up, around, sighing. She's looking at me. There's pain in her eyes. Her makeup is run down, the want for sleep running deep in her eyes. She looks me in the eye, a tear is shed. Lost and alone, she held closely to her waist. The tears gathered at the corner of her eye. Her eyes were searching, yearning to find what she seems to have lost. What is wrong with her? I approached her. What's wrong? I asked.
I made the wrong choice.
So I'd just like to say that, okay, I'd like to clarify, I'm not pro-abortion, I'm pro-choice. So, like the main thing that I just want to say is the reason why I support this side is because I just believe that this situation is just so personal to the individual. And if they choose to keep the baby, that is their complete choice. And if they don't, then it is because they have valid reasons to support that. While the main speaker for the pro-life was speaking, as he pointed out, he has a completely different view on where life starts, as someone did in the audience, and so this just completely proves why this totally depends on the person and their circumstance and their beliefs. And I'd also just like to say that I support this side because I believe that a voice should be kept for the women who were forced by violence into a pregnancy, and I believe that the pro-life side is just the way to justify rape and to take away their voice. So yes, if you want people to still to have their voice, to keep their choice about their life and their body, then please support this side. Thank you.
I just want to say I'm not anti-choice. I'm pro-life. When it comes to the woman's choice, it also has to go to the child's right to live. Choice, to speak and express yourself and have choices, that's given to us as a privilege. But life should be something that's given to us as a right. Whether or not someone has been raped or not, rape should not give justifiable means to commit another crime. Everything that I believe in stands for just giving everyone the right to live and become their own person and whether or not someone has to deal with circumstances that they didn't account for or wasn't even their fault. At least they got to deal with the circumstances, good or bad, rather than not getting a chance to do anything. Madam Chair.
Repeat that.
The resolution reads that what should remain legalized is as a road versus what is technically legal, and the resolution reads that it remains legal. So all those in favor of that, please raise your hand.
Wait, are you watering? I'm watering Israel. Okay, it's gonna be in here anyways. I'll just get an architecture because I am right there.
My name is Jesse Brinkenhoff. I hope you're writing this down. Brinkenhoff. Thank you. And my name is Harrison Gilman.
All right, I'm Mark Koenig from Santa Barbara High School. We did this and our little speech.
And I'm Noah Glood. So yeah, we're a team.
Hi, I'm Tuba Ali, like the instrument. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Daniel Hamidi.
Hi, I'm Madeline Daldalian. Juliet Myers from OSHA.
Chris Van Dam, Burroughs High School. Van Dam. VANDAM.
So you can interview for a youth advisory board if one of the people I say is your congressman or your school is in their respective districts, if that makes any sense. Yeah? Okay, so the 3 congressmen we have Lewis Capps. She already had a youth advisory board last year, and that's like Santa Barbara, that's like all our CIR people. If you're like Santa Barbara High School or Dos Pueblos or somewhere in CIR, that would probably be you guys. We also have a youth advisory board with Congressman Adam Schiff, so like John Burroughs High School, anyone who like lives in Glendale or Burbank in that area. And then we also have a youth advisory board with Henry Waxman, so anyone who lives basically in the LA coast areas, so Malibu, Palisades, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, Venice, all those areas, that's all Congressman Waxman. So I'd really appreciate it if you guys came or told people from your school if you know they live there or if your school's in that district to come see youth advisory boards, because it's like the next step for JSA for us to actually go and talk to congressmen about our stances on political issues. The interviews are going to be in block 3 today, so it's the last block today, and the room is St. Louis. All right, thank you.
Assembly meeting next block, so if you're your chapter's representative, make sure to come to Scottsdale.
Oh, I forgot. I should probably go for marijuana. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. He wants like E350 because
Thank you.
That's gonna send it. It's a $10,000 card, and it'll save his dad $2,000 a year because his card has like
Yeah, I like that one. But I don't know. I'm just not sure.
Yeah.
Daniel, I can't take you seriously anymore.
I wish I had stronger talkers.
Anita, yeah. No, they didn't call on me. But did they choose yet? Or what? Did they choose yet? Or what? Subsequent?
Save a seat for me and one for John. I'm gonna look for it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna read I think I should do I need a
Somewhat. I don't know the standard for well enough.
I need one person.
Let's go, like, take that road, take that road.
You go, girl. You go, then Coco.
Send it back.
Let me get closer. Is it recording right now? Am I going to get away?
No, it's on right
Would anyone like to Alright. Resolution reads, resolved that the two states.
Motion to skip to a busy constructive date.
Resolved that the two states will be the most peaceful solution in the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. So we'll look at our a few minutes from Patrick.
Can I get a timekeeper? Do I have a timekeeper? Anyone? You? Good, man. All right. Hi, everyone. I would like to start out by talking about why a two-state solution is the best, most peaceful solution for Israel and for Palestine and for the world as a whole. Now, I would like to start this off by saying something very clearly. I am pro-Israel. I believe that if we have to be pro-Israel, we have to support Israel, we have to protect Israel, and we have to protect the Jewish homeland. At the same time, I believe we have to ensure that there is peace in the Middle East. I want to make sure that the Palestinians are safe, that they are not slaughtered. I want to make sure that the Israelis are safe and they are not slaughtered. This is my number one goal in this process. So let us look at our options. We have 4 options when it comes to the Israel-Palestine problem. The first option would be a single-state solution. This is where either Palestine is the only existing state or Israel is the only existing state. Now, already we can see a couple of problems with this. First and foremost, you have the problem of self-determinism. One of the most fundamental beliefs that we as a world have developed after World War II is that we have to practice self-determinism. We have seen the effects in Yugoslavia of not allowing individuals and different ethnic groups to have self-determination. It leads to slaughter. It leads to massive conflict and massive violence. Groups end up fighting with each other and killing each other over these kinds of issues. Now, what would this do? In either case, whether you're speaking of a Palestinian or an Israeli state, whatever group did not have control would be angry. Now, I also wish to preserve Israel. The original purpose of Israel was to provide Jews a homeland. And I think that this is something that we have to have. We have many Christian nations throughout the world, or nations that support Christianity. We have many Muslim nations throughout the world, and they range on various degrees along that spectrum. And we have many other religious states. I don't know if you would consider India a religious state, but to a certain degree, I certainly would. Now, when we look at all of these issues, we have to ensure that we have a Jewish state. Now, what would happen if Israel were to absorb Palestine? Undoubtedly, it would no longer be a Jewish state. It suddenly becomes a state of a mixture between Jews and Muslims. And now, this is one of the interesting parts. In regards to determinism, 78% of Palestinians and 74% of Israelis believe in a two-state solution. Why should we be going against the will of the majority in this? Would you really force two groups that do not want to mix together? It seems completely illogical. Now, we have had previous people state that it was that they've been offered, that the Palestinians have been offered for peaceful two-state solutions and declined. We have seen that these have been unfair broker deals, that there has been a system of by this current government. Now, when I say this, I am not pro the Netanyahu government, but I am very pro-Israel. I want to be very clear on that. I think that Netanyahu fundamentally is anti-Israel. His policies have fundamentally caused conflict with Palestine. Now, Palestine has elected Hamas, which is a terrorist organization and a horrible organization. Now, what we need to do is we need to encourage the Palestinians to elect a different government. That is the really clear solution. So we see that if we have a single state, the Palestinians will become more angry and therefore will be more likely to elect a terrorist organization to attempt to usurp an Israeli control. So the Israelis would similarly do a similar activity under under Palestinian rule. But let's look at our other three options. Obviously, one of those is the two-state solution, which I think is the best. But in a no-state solution, in which Israel and Palestine is absorbed, this is absolutely ridiculous. What are we going to do, get rid of Israel and absorb it into the British Empire like we used to have? No, we're not going to do that. We need to allow self-determination for the similar reasons listed above. Now, the final point, the final way would be a United Nations controlled state. We see that the United Nations has too much, how do I put this, power. They have, and not enough organization. They don't function properly. There's too much bureaucratic problems with the United Nations. You can't form a state under the United Nations government. And so we can see very clearly that our only remaining option is a two-state solution. Now, we can argue all day, and they have argued for a long time, about the point of about having where the territory lies. I personally would put it along 1967 borders, pre-1967 borders, but we can have that debate all day long if we want. What we really need to see is that we have to recognize Palestine's right to exist, and we have to recognize Israel's right to exist, or we will never have peace in the Middle East, because people will not accept their families and their rights being taken away by a different group, which inevitably happens. And I'll turn the remaining time to one question I believe I have time for. One or two.
At the beginning of your speech, you said that you were pro-Israel. Now, a couple months ago, we had a discussion about the Israeli conflicts, and you said that you thought Netanyahu was crazy and that you'd be fine with Iran having a nuclear weapon. How is that pro-Israel?
How is that pro-Israel? Okay. The relevance of Iran having a nuclear weapon is beyond the scope of this debate. But the whole point but the reason I'm anti-Netanyahu is because he has consistently oppressed the Palestinians, and fighting with the Palestinians, specifically with walking off the Gaza Strip, is not good for Israel. It will result in a net negative. Do you have an extension?
Time by 2 minutes.
2 minutes? So I get 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, we gave him Gaza to have peace.
Yes.
Now, look at what's happened. In the last 12 years, we've had 12,000 rockets hit fired. So think about it.
Thank you.
If we did the pre-1967 war, this is always giving them war than
You are absolutely right. However, now I would like to point out a couple of things. First, we talk about these rockets. Now let's look at the difference between an Israeli rocket and a Palestinian rocket. Palestinian rocket, if it lands on your house, you're going to be perfectly fine. Not going to do anything to you. Lands on your arm, it's probably going to blow your arm off. You're probably going to live. If it lands on your head, that's the only way you're going to die. If it lands on vital organ. The rockets launched from Israel are extremely deadly. They landed on this hotel, destroyed this entire hotel. That's the difference between the two. It's very important that we recognize that. Now, in regards to your statement, people get angry when you suppress them. That is how you get rid of peace. And now if you allow them to have more territory, if you allow them to be open, if you allow them to prosper and to become prosperous, they will eventually turn into Turkey, is the general idea. Secularization is inevitable.
Where are you citing your sources about these rockets? Because they're proven fact that some rockets that the Hamas militants shoot into Israel every single day have enough explosive power to take down this hotel if it's directed.
Now, this is citing my sources. This is going from, I'm specifically citing news organizations is where I get my information from, mainstream news organizations. However, what I would state is that Of course, there are varying degrees of all kinds of military, but the majority of the missiles are in this.
Majority of the missiles they fire are Kasam rockets.
Anyways, next. Yes. Okay, before I even get into the argument today, I'd just like to address what the previous speaker said about rockets firing to Israel. Those things are deadly. That's why there are bomb shelters, and that's why people right now in Israel are living inside those bomb shelters, because the rockets are deadly. So to get into the argument now. So I heard my opponent you just heard my opponent talk about how a two-state solution would be more peaceful. I could not disagree. I could disagree. Because, sorry, that came out wrong. I was thinking something, but it came out wrong. The thing is that if we give Palestine their own state, Israel will have no regulation over the military that they have, over how many rockets will get fired into Israel. Because right now, it seems bad, right? We have thousands of rockets that have gone into Israel. It was 12,000 rockets, I believe, in the past, how many years? 12 years. And that's simply absurd and ridiculous. But the thing is, it would be even higher if we gave Palestine their own state. Because right now, the way it works is Israel regulates Palestine to some extent. It regulates, Gaza, and it regulates the West Bank, and especially the West Bank. And that's why you haven't seen many rockets come out of the West Bank recently, is because Israel has had a tight control over it. And that's why it's been relatively calm over there. Now, the thing is that if we give them their own state, then there's no barriers. There's nothing stopping the West Bank from firing rockets into Israel. Now, you have an entirely different problem when you give Palestine their own statehood. They're UN recognized. Now, when they're UN recognized, it becomes a whole other problem for Israel to invade and attack Palestine and to restore peace again. Because there could be UN sanctions upon Israel for defending their home country. And that is a serious problem. Israel would essentially lose the capability to defend itself if we gave Palestine statehood. And so, in order for you to vote no on this debate, though, and vote con, I need to provide an alternative. Well, the alternative is keeping things the way they are. Now, I understand that many of you are thinking, oh my God, this is the end of the world, it's really bad right now, look what's going on, it's horrible. But let's think about all the other alternatives that we have. So, we heard a one-state solution, which I also disagree with, and that's basically where we fuse the two things together. And that would basically just destroy the essence of a Jewish state, because you'd have those, I think, 6 million Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip and West Bank that would join the Jewish state, and therefore you wouldn't have a Jewish state anymore. So I'm against that. And as I mentioned before, I'm also against this two-state solution. So what we have in place right now is a hybrid. Palestine and, not Palestine and Gaza, but the West Bank and Gaza, they right now democratically elect their own leaders. And so they have some autonomy, like they have their local government in place. That local government, they provide the social services, the education, the hospitals. They do that on their own. It's just that Israel right now regulates their military and reduces terrorism. And if you think about it, that's the best possible scenario you could have in this conflict. Because you have the Palestinians dealing with what they want locally, and then you have Israel protecting their country and their safety. So that is why I support the system the way it is and urge you to vote no. And the other thing that we need to take into account is if we were to create a separate Palestinian state and legitimize Palestine, you run the risk of Palestine actually Israel and the Arab nations waging war on Israel. And I do not want to go back to that time when all the Arab nations were at war with Israel, because then we'd basically be at square one again, and that would be a complete disaster and a complete waste of the past 70 years. Because believe it or not, we have made progress these past 70 years, and creating two separate states would completely undo that, and we'd be right back where we started. And with that, I yield my time to questions. Yes?
So you're saying that the solution to the problem is keeping the problem?
That's a good question. It's not so much keeping the problem. What I see right now is over time, I think it's gradually going to get better with the system that we have in place. Like, I see Hamas, I think they're going to lose power eventually. And West Bank right now, you've seen over these past couple of decades, the West Bank has actually gotten much better. So the problem right now is fixing itself. Now, I'll say the system that we have right now isn't perfect, but it's much better than any of the alternatives that are out on the table. Yes?
You're aware that these elections, which Hamas was elected, are always rigged, and the players do rise to power on their own terms. and it's not actually democratic?
Actually, okay. Yeah, I totally, the most recent elections have been, I will agree with that. But the thing is, in 2006, they actually did democratically elect 66% of the people in the Gaza Strip, did elect Hamas to be their new leaders. That was their own choice. That was their choice. Nobody imposed Hamas on the Gaza Strip. Yes?
Out of curiosity, what do you believe would happen if Palestine was officially recognized as an observer state?
As an observer state? I think that would give it even more like leeway in order for it to become like UN recognized state. Like it would be that first step, and then like what's to stop them to say, okay, now we want to stay there? You know, we've had this observant status for the past couple of years. We want to become a state now. So I think it's just opening the door, and it just leads the way to a two-state solution, which would be completely disastrous. Cool.
If we were to leave this in the same situation, what would make Palestine stop? As a terrorist, one place Hamas, and you see the suicide bombing stuff. They have nothing to lose, and their like, goal is to destroy Israel. What's going to make them stop when they have nothing to lose and they don't worry about dying? So they'll go until they complete their mission of destroying Israel. What's going to change?
Okay, so you're basically asking to affect like when Hamas will lose power, and I think they're going to lose power within the next 10 years or so. Because let's face it, you have a couple million people who are living in extreme poverty inside the Gaza Strip. What?
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you. Okay, so to answer your question. So right now they're living in extreme poverty. We all recognize that. I recognize that Gaza Strip is in extreme poverty. So the people there, they're going to see this crusade against Israel, and they're going to be thinking, okay, how is this helping us? And then they're going to wonder, well, this actually isn't helping us, so why should we have a terrorist-run government if they're not providing us with anything? And since Hamas is not providing them with the social services that they need, then the people will uprise and eventually overthrow Hamas. I do believe that 3 million people have the capability to overthrow an organization made up of a couple thousand people. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
At this time, we'll be having subsequent speakers. Would anyone like to speak for the proponent?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to say really quickly that it's fine to be pro-Israel, it's fine to be pro-Palestine, but what's essential and what is absolutely fundamental in the world today that we pride ourselves on being free and understanding liberties of individual people and when you have natural born rights is the idea that we need to support humanity. And humanity is this thing that resides over all races and creeds, not necessarily just Israelis and not necessarily just Palestinians. Now, I want to talk about some of the things that were said in the past two speeches. The person that did the pro speech mentioned that there are 4 types of solutions that are on the table right now. There's the single state, and I'm going to explain this really quickly as fast as I can. The fact of the single state is that it won't work. It's that simple. If Israel takes over Palestine and it's just Israel right there, the war will not end. I mean, we had all of the wars between other nations. Palestine is not the only problem in Israel's eyes. The other thing would be if Palestine took over the region. There has not been peace in the Middle East, and for some reason that rhymes, and it's a little bit funny because it just doesn't work. There has been religious fervor and political tension in that region for thousands of years. Nothing can stop it, and it's just a fact of life, and that's why we never stop hearing about the Middle East. From Iraq to Afghanistan to Pakistan to Palestine to Lebanon, regardless of where it is, it tends to end up in the Middle East. Why? Again, because of religious fervor, political tension. There's a lot of interests in all of these countries. You know, so when you talk about the single state, it just simply can't work. The no-state solution, that's imperialism. We had that. It didn't work. There's a reason why they gave it back
to the Israelis, and when after Britain didn't want the territory anymore, they gave it up. Lebanon became its own independent nation in 1948. These are this imperialism will not work, and it will not solve the peace. It will not solve the crisis that's at hand. The last one is a UN-controlled state. That's just imperialism. It's the same exact solution, just with a different system, with a fancier name, with a name it's a little bit less harsh. That's also imperialism, and it won't work. Two-state solution, although the two-state solution is a viable solution, I honestly don't believe that will work. Again, there is no peace in the Middle East. However, it is the only option on the table that offers a certain amount of natural rights to both sides. If you give the Palestinians their own sense of freedom, their own sense to do what they need to do, then these Palestinians, and I promise you, these Palestinians will understand that values are not the values of suicide bombers, but the values of economical and fiscal freedom.
At this time, would anyone like to speak for the upcoming summit?
If the Arabs put down their weapons today, there would be no more violence. If the Jews put down their weapons today, there would be no more Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu said this in 2010 during a time of violent conflict. This state of mind was relevant in 2010, but even more so today. Israel has been patient with the Palestinian people. They have tried to lead several peace negotiations through the United Nations, but none have worked. This failure has stemmed from the simple fact that the Palestinians refuse to acknowledge Israel as a country and continue to resort to violence with the only goal to wipe Israel off the map. In my opinion, a two-state solution is not possible with the pre-1967 borders due to the fact that they are indefensible. The pre-1967 borders results in Israel giving up the entire West Bank to the Palestinians. Rockets coming from the West Bank and hitting Tel Aviv is equal to rockets fired from Encino into Sherman Oaks. Israel left Gaza, and in return, we got more rockets. We must not make this mistake twice for the sake of the security of Israel. But still, the Palestinians insist on these borders and will not compromise for anything else. In the past 12 years, Hamas terrorists in Gaza have fired over 12,000 rockets into Israel. Just imagine trying to go to sleep with the threat of a bomb blowing you and your family sky high. Fear of a parent tucking their kids in at night, not knowing whether it is safe to do so. A two-state solution might be the answer. No one really knows. But with the facts presented and violence escalating, I do not see how it will be possible, if ever. I yield my time to the chair.
Okay, so I'm going to say this real quickly. So basically, when you look to the root problem of what the controversy is in the Middle East, it's basically religion. In about 3000 BC, the Judaism, the religion was established. And in the 7th century AD, the Muslims were established. But it's the Muslims versus the Jews, which is fighting over Palestine and Israel. And so basically, they're arguing who was there first. But since the Israelites were there first, and then the and since Islam then came in later, when the I'm kind of nervous. With the Byzantine, when they were taken to the Byzantine Empire, They went ahead and then the Arabs and the Muslims moved in later. So basically, when you go to the root of the problem, it's not violent Islam, it's the religious controversy. Okay, I yield my, yeah. Sorry, I totally screwed this up.
Israel had
Got it.
Muslim citizens living in the citizens that live there peacefully because Israel gives them citizenship, mainly to protect them from their home country because they do not enjoy where they live. I think the main issue lies in the violence that is being expressed towards the country that's long up.
Well, basically, it's not necessarily all peaceful. It's kind of like how in the South in America there was always controversy over like race. Here it's in the Middle East it's controversy over religion. Yes, there is peaceful people there, but there is a majority of conflict and violence just due to the different religions. And I know like a lot of people before me said that like it's a very theoretical solution to like the idea of humanity, but that's theory. That's not necessarily going to happen, and that through history is proven not to happen. So.
Well, yeah, religion is a problem, but what is your solution?
Well, the solution could be like a two-state, because as I said, like since it's basically they want an all or nothing, like they all want the same land, and that's what they've been fighting over for centuries. Like through the Crusades and everything, they've all wanted Jerusalem, they've all wanted Israel. Yet when after the UN conference and they offered the Israeli state to the Israelites, and then they said we'll give Palestine a little piece of that, they rejected it because they wanted it all. Yes.
There was so much conflict for years up until now, even more now. Giving Israel to one race, wouldn't that even start to come over?
Wait, can you repeat the last part, please?
If you give state of Israel if you give the territory to Palestinians or to the Jews, wouldn't that start to come all over again?
Not necessarily. Because if you go ahead and you just keep them divided, like there could be some peaceful segments in each country, but the problem is if you all of a sudden try to group them together, it's going to be an all-out war, because then they're going to be like neighbors living right next to each other, and people are just going to be fighting constantly. There won't be a wall between them to separate them. Yes? Okay, answer the question. No, it's okay, I'll finish it.
That would give them more, land to fight Israel.
Well, what I have to say is basically they still want their holy city of Jerusalem. They still want a lot of Israel. They don't just want a little bit. The thing is they can't compromise. That's the root problem. It's because of the basis of different religions is where that's what they're arguing over. They want the same Holy Land. Like this is basically what they did in like the 10th and 11th century, but now it's a contemporary era. Like they went ahead and they just keep fighting over the same stuff, and they just want that. Like it doesn't matter. Like they just can't compromise on it. Thank you.
So I'd like to start off by saying that I agree with the piece of everything. I agree with him. I agree with him. Oh wait, here's this. Go to Shem. Zero for Jews. All right. So he's right. He's right. Palestinians aren't bad people. If they were free, I'm sure they can make good decisions. The problem is they're run by a terrorist organization. There's no way to take out the terrorists from the top with just uprising, because they have lethal weapons that they can use against the citizens of Palestine. So what we need to do is not set up a two-party system, but we need U.S. intervention in Israel to remove Hamas from the head of Palestine and set up a secular government. And this is where I also agree with the girl who just spoke. Religion is the problem. Sharia law is the problem. That's the reason that these terrorist groups, Hamas, running Palestine, can have no mercy on the citizens. And they have justification to do anything, any terrorist actions towards them, and prevent any uprisings. So now we can't leave the situation as now because Palestine has nothing to lose. As you can see, the terrorist bombers, right? They lose their own lives just to take out a couple of Israeli soldiers or Israeli citizens with suicide bomb attacks. So they're obviously not going to stop. They've been coming for so long and attacking Israel. Why would they just stop now? They're not going to stop till they've completed and Israel is destroyed. So what we need to do is, once again, is remove Hamas from the picture and set up a secular government. So religion will not be the problem, and Hamas will be gone, so the Palestinian people can have a secular government. And I agree that the Palestinians with freedom would make a right choice, as I said earlier. I yield the rest of my time to questions.
Yes.
Wait, is there a motion on? Any seconds? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay. Okay, so you're saying that it's none of those things, not that they don't have any water purification systems, that they don't have their own government, they don't even have an army. You're saying that religion is the root of the problem? None of that, the other stuff counts?
Did I say religion was the root of the problem? No. I said religion paired with Hamas. A terrorist group is running Palestine. That is the problem. If we remove the terrorists from running Palestine, then there is no more conflict, and Palestine's drive to end Israel, the root of all this problem and all these missiles being sent into Israel will be gone. It'll be over. Thank you.
We'll have one more round of subsequent speakers. If anyone like to speak for the pro-potency.
Motion to suspend the rules. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Yes.
Okay, so history has proven that the two-state solution is not viable. Israel has continuously tried to create peace with Palestine, but we have seen. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, so during the Oslo Accords of 1993, Yitzhak Rabin tried to make peace with Yasser Arafat, but that led to the Intifada, and that led to more bombing. Okay,
Motion is a second. Aye. Nay.
All right, so I think that the two-state solution is not what Israel needs right now, and I know that at this point it does seem like the most logical solution, seeing that they've tried everything with peace treaties, giving Palestinians Gaza, giving food, water, and clothing to Arab countries, and what has that done for us? They've killed more people and more of our children. And the fact is that Israel doesn't even want war. They just want to be at peace. They want to be recognized as a Jewish state. And I think by giving back the pre-1967 borders, it will just give them more land to attack us from, killing more of our children. So, as you know, we gave them Gaza for peace, as I said, and instead of abiding to the peace agreements that we've made, they've, in the last 12 years, fired 12,000 rockets and killed many people and many buildings, and ruined many buildings. So now just think, if we give them the pre-1967 borders, what that would do for us. There would just be more suffering, and just how much more could we take? So I think Israel is, if Israel wants peace, it's not going to be through the two-state solution. And also, I think someone said over there, said something about how we were given the pre-1967 borders. No, we fought for it and we got it. We weren't just given it. So I think that if we do the two-state solution, Israel will not get peace, and it will just create more problems for them to kill more. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Ayes have it. We'll have our-
Okay. During this course of the debate, I actually came up with a new idea why the two-state solution will fail epically. And here's the one word: settlements. Right now, you have tens of thousands of Israelis who are living in the West Bank right now on these settlements. Now, what's going to happen when we create a two-state? What happens when we create Palestine? What will happen to those Israelis who are living on this West Bank land? We have no idea. That is a huge unsolved mystery. Will they be deported from Palestine and be forced back into Israel, where they'll keep property? Whose citizens will they be? It opens a huge door of problems and more conflict. So really, it actually seems like creating a two-state solution will make things even worse using that method. And the second thing that I heard today was a lot about civil liberties. Oh, these Palestinians, they don't have civil liberties. We need to give them civil liberties. Well, here's the thing. As I mentioned earlier, they control their local governments, okay? They control how much money they want to appropriate to schools, health facilities. Basically what we do on the local level. They just don't have a military. So if we're talking about civil liberties, they already have their local governments, okay? They elected Hamas in a democratic election, okay? 66% of them, of the Gazans, wanted to have Hamas as their next government. And also in the West Bank right now, they also have their own government that they cycle through regularly. So if we're going to talk about civil liberties, I think there is no case there. And the second thing is, and I'll keep on going back to this, if Palestine is a state, it just becomes so much harder for Israel to defend itself. Because with UN recognition, there comes a lot of problems if Israel wants to attack Palestine and defend its borders. Because let's face it, the UN, they aren't really all too pro-Israel because of these Arab nations and the controllers of the oil. So we can't really trust an organization like that to be entirely fair. And if you equal the playing field between Israel and Palestine and give them both equal weight, then I don't really trust the UN to handle that all too well, based off of what we have seen so far. And with that, and then I heard another thing just about how religion is a problem. I actually was reading this the other day. It's a really fascinating fact. So, did you know that Palestinians are actually more closely related to Jewish people than their fellow Arabs, like through genetics and everything? Did anyone know that? That's pretty cool. So anyways, I just wanted to share that. I hope you all enjoyed that. Thank you for your time. All right, now I'd like to start off by saying that was just absolutely horrible. No, I'm perfectly serious right now. To come out here and talk about that with a smirk on your face while laughing is despicable. You cannot talk about this. Do you guys understand what's happening in the Gaza Strip right now? We have Israel blockading the Gaza Strip, killing not millions, probably more like tens of thousands of children, of Palestinians. This is absolutely ridiculous. And I don't care if you disagree. That's perfectly fine. But don't come up here and laugh. Don't come up here and smirk. That's absolutely despicable. Now, to my further point, what we're looking at and what we're talking about is, we should just let things be. Do you know what this is? We've seen this in history before, and we've seen the example. Right now, Israel is France, and Hamas is Hitler. Let's be honest. This is the exact same thing that happened right before World War II. This is the equivalent. The oppression of Palestine is the exact same thing. Look at it. You're not crushing them to the point where they have no possibilities to attack you anymore, and you're not allowing them to, and you're not giving them enough freedom. If you give them freedom, similarly to if you had given Germany freedom, you would have the exact same result. You would have the bad person go away. In this case, the bad person or bad people is Hamas. If you allow a people to have freedom, to have peace, to have democracy, to make choice without oppressing them, without killing their children, without having Israeli soldiers come in and occupy the West Bank and give tens of thousands of settlers, that the whole problem there is created by Israel. Let's be perfectly honest. They occupied the West Bank and put the soldiers in and put the settlements in there. Let's be perfectly honest. And so it's absolutely ridiculous to argue that you should, oh no, what's going to happen to these poor settlers? You put the settlers there in the first place. That would be similar to when the France occupied the Rhine and put people there, then saying, oh no, we cannot continue to have we cannot let Germany have the Rhine again. Sorry, we've got our settlers there. No, we worked out a peaceful solution. Now, if you want to keep Israel having the West Bank, that's perfectly fine. Whatever, we can work out the details of the solution later, but you're not going to have peace. If you have one state oppressing another, we've seen the solution. We've seen what happens. We saw it in West and East Germany. We saw it in France with and Germany after World War I. This is what happens when you oppress a people and you don't allow them to have their own government. Now, we see a peaceful solution in Japan. We see them rebuilding them in their image. America rebuilt Japan. That is how we do it. We help out the Palestinians, give them their own state, but we help them out. We help them to give them schools, resources, education, liberties. That is how you help Palestine. You don't kill their children. You don't walk them off. Do you realize that in Gaza Strip there are no resources coming in? They get no food. They attacked a Turkish ship that was trying to bring humanitarian aid into the area. It's absolutely horrible what is happening to the Palestinians, and we can't allow it to continue.
Motion, please set the rules and ask questions.
Resolution reads that the two-state solution is the most peaceful solution to the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. All those in favor for the resolution, please stand. And all those opposed to the resolution, please stand. And any extensions? So the resolution fails at 46. Can we have all the speakers who came up and spoke
State your name and school, please, upfront.
Plethora High School. Standards, Newburgh High School, and I would ask everyone to please vote for her speaker.
Ann Erdman from Milken Community High School. Jacob Goldstein, Milken Community High School.
Corona Del Mar High School.
Mohammed Dalil from Granada Hills Charter High School.
Kayla Ardabilchi from Milken Community High School. Governor from St. Lucy's Priory High School.
Which side? Which side?
Which side am I on?
No, which side?
Oh, not the Cohen side.
Pro-Israel.
Yeah.
Would you guys like to vote?
No, thank you.
Wait, no, here, I'm gonna vote for that.
Should I turn it off now?
So the moderator has been changed and I will be taking over. Okay, so does anyone know how speech has goes? Okay. If you don't, we're going to explain it here today. Basically what's going to happen, we have our main speaker, David Wang, and then we have our main con-speaker. Perfect. Each speaker. Okay, guys, so each speaker is going to have 6 minutes. We need 2 timekeepers. Anyone willing to timekeep? You. We need another one. You get favor recognition for being a timekeeper. So you will be the timekeeper for the pro, and you will be the timekeeper for the con. So what's going to happen is that the main pro is going to have the floor, and that the main pro is going to start speaking. Yes?
In the rules, it says 6 minutes total. Sorry.
So we were going to change it up, and we're going to have 6 minutes for each. Do you want to keep it 6 minutes in total? Okay, then never mind. We're having one timekeeper. Do you want to be the timekeeper? Okay. Okay, guys. So we're going to have one timekeeper, and the 2 speakers here are going to have a total of 6 minutes. Guys, so what's basically what we're going to do is the main pro is going to speak, bang the gavel, and when the main pro bangs the gavel, that gives time for the main con to speak and give a rebuttal. And this is going to be going on for 6 minutes. Okay? Everyone good on the rules? This is definitely so long. This is 6 minutes. You're not able to because you're going to have to rebuttal. You're going to have to constantly bang the gavel back and forth back. Yes, so
The moderator says it.
if someone's going to take up the whole 6 minutes, I'm obviously going to have to step in and bang the gavel. Because this is an interactive debate where one person taps in and the other person taps in and taps out. Okay? Everyone ready? You have to count for 6 minutes, basically. Okay? So we have our main pro. Guys. So we have our main pro speaker, David Wang.
My fellow Americans, let me be clear. America is a nation of laws, which means that I, as the president, am obligated to enforce the law. And the notion that I'm just going to suspend deportations, well, that's just not true. End quote. Now, obviously, what Barack Obama has done is that's what he has done. By executive order, he has suspended the deportation of millions of illegal immigrants. Now, while 20 million American citizens are currently unemployed, Obama wants to grant work permits to 2 to 3 million illegal immigrants. Now, this is completely unconstitutional. What Barack Obama is trying to do is he's trying to enact the DREAM Act, which was failed by Congress twice. So he's trying to enact the DREAM Act and give permanent and amnesty, essentially amnesty to illegal immigrants based on executive order. And that's unconstitutional. He's going against Congress. I mean, what's the point of electing a bunch of representatives to be in Congress if President Obama is just going to abuse his authority and just step on it? Now, the problem with illegal immigrants is really the problem with immigration. Okay? Because I know the topic is not exactly about illegal immigrants, it's about immigration in general. The problem is that the money that we spend on border control, police our border, and whatever else, that's money that could be going to reforming the legal immigration system. The system to approve visas, to grant visas to immigrants that want to come here the right way, who don't simply want to hop the border. So the thing is, we need to stop granting benefits, and we need to stop encouraging illegal immigrants to come here. We need to be against amnesty.
Okay, so I'd like to start by saying that American immigration policy is very similar today. It's very similar to that of early America, except that in America, the majority of the immigrant population was concerned with Delegates. Now, the founding fathers wanted to immigrate to the U.S. because they wanted to diversify society and government and emphasize the family unit. Now, historically, immigration to the United States
one, the reunification of families. Two, the admitting of immigrants with skills that are valuable for the U.S. economy. And three, protecting refugees. Now, we are a nation of immigrants. Some of the best and brightest that this country has to offer are immigrants. The current U.S. immigration policy is based upon the founding ideals of founding fathers and the land and the proofs that the U.S. is the land of opportunity and tolerance. The nation's policy essentially is a border system in which immigrants must live in the United States for 5 years with a visa and then become a citizen. Now, the U.S. immigration quota system can give a certain amount of green card each year, and since there are more immigrants than green cards to give, there's a large waiting list in the U.S. Now, the only thing this nation's immigration policy is not for is immigrants cutting the line, so to speak, which in this case refers to the Mexican border, where illegal immigrants are coming to America, taking jobs that hard-working Americans have done. Now, illegal Americans are taking away the opportunities the citizens are given. To take away these opportunities from immigrants who went through the immigration process honestly is wrong and against the founding fathers' ideals.